horses today are Grand Prix, 2 round Prix, reach the top 25% from the first round through to the second. Of course, if we have more clears than 25%, we'll take all our clears through, but a reminder that time is a factor in the first round of this competition. Because the quickest riders in the first have the benefits of coming back last in that second round. Speeds are going to be a factor as well, because we up the speed requirement today to 375 meters per minute. That means we course length of 510 for the Steyn City, another kind of 135 Silver Turk Grand Prix, 510 meters, 82 seconds for your first round. The second round, we do have additional fence in the running, and you need to be aware of that is number 13. Second round track passes 1, 9, 10, 8, 13, 2, 3, 4, and 11. We've got a couple of scratchings in this class, and I think it's Kalo not taking part, and number 7, Valkyrie and Stacey Western not riding, so fourth time 1:35 so Grand Prix. We have 28 combinations remaining. We've got 5 minutes to go before we kick off with some other kind of 9:35 Silver Turk Grand Prix. We do close the course at 5 minutes time. First riders riding Ashley Kaiserhof, Kalo, followed by Shaun, one insurance capital Champagne, and 3 Tigers by Leopard Valkyrie. A note to our riders, no standby horses for all these Grand Prix classes, so only rider on track allowed in the arena, please. Big thank you, of course, to each and every one of our sponsors at this show. You've seen the wonderful Jeep lineup around the venue. Jeep is, of course, a headline sponsor at the Steyn City Riders Grand Prix show. Many other sponsors coming on board to support individual heights or prizes across the grades. Cross-cover insurance solutions, Bangkok Travel, parts of grooms, buckets, the Zumba Gold, silver rounds to many of our prize winners. Then breaking Monac, Countryside Properties, Western Shop, and other kind. Of course, the sponsors for the 135 Grand Prix. 334 Stud, Table Charm, Farnham, also party with grooms, prizes, and vouchers for Healey Spice, £1,000 question, and every one of those coming on board to support us here at Steyn City, with show jumping grades and the vibes even better. Another scratching added to the list, that's on number 12, Kerry and Chelsea Cheltenham not taking part. course is not yet closed, so Ashley please wait out the gate. We still have 2 minutes to go before such time as we close the course. So a reminder that we do have a speed requirement of 175 meters per minute to make a step up on the speed our riders typically ride at this level. They will need to have a little bit of extra pace in the back. And a reminder that time is a factor. This is of course a 2-round Grand Prix with the top 25% go through. If we have more than 25%, then we take all players in second round. Time is a factor. First round is against the clock. For the second round, there will be a reverse running based on those penalties and time. So if you go through and are quickest, you'll have the benefit of coming in last on the second round of the competition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Steyn City. Sunday morning championship day. Exciting times. I'm joined in co-commentary by Steyn Muckner. Morning, Steyn.
Morning, Brendan. I think we're in for a jam-packed day of some very competitive show jumping. No one better to kick it off for us today than Healey, riding number 1, Hausberger's Kalo Laredo. Brendan, did you manage to walk this track?
I did, I must say, and I think that once again, well pitched by course designer Mr. Brett Weber.
Goes in the quiet 8, 1 to 2.
This horse has got unbelievable spring through its body. I think just the real sort of definition of a modern day sport horse. So athletic in his way, massive jump. Ashley's definitely getting used to sitting these horses with enormous jumps after riding Eldo and Crumble. This one definitely tests her body. Oh! Cheeky. He is sharp, that horse, and he is young.
Just for our viewers at home watching, this is a 135 Grand Prix, so there are 4 fences pitched at 140 around this track. Do believe there are fences 8, that Farnham plank. 9, the brick and clay Oxer is pitched at 140 as well. The double 10B is also at 140, and then that Country Life vertical at the last is also pitched at 140. So Brendan, tough track. You said just now when you walked, well pitched track by Brett Weber, course designer Brett Weber. I say I walked in and I thought it's a humdinger, to be honest. This 135 section of our show jumpers is always known for being particularly strong. It's a very competitive level. So I think he has to pitch it, you know, for the winners of the class. Basically, you never want to get too many clears.
Sure. Look, that jump has been it's been a test all week. I mean, we saw yesterday there were a few horses that looked at it and a few horses that were not having anything to do with it. I think that Laredo will learn. Unfortunately, it's tough because Ashes no one likes to see people fall, and Ash is now a mom and both her boys are here, and I don't want to ever see her hurt herself. But that's a real quality horse, and unfortunately she's got to go through the motions of really teaching him and getting him up and running.
Shaun Bean on track now. She brings in number 2, One Insurance Capital Chicane.
Shanae's been on some unbelievable form. This horse has had an absolutely scintillating year, just winning some really good classes for her.
Shanae rides out of the RH Equestrian setup.
I think another competitive member of the RH Equestrian setup. This horse is, I think, really got in scope. Seems like an easy jumper. Yeah, big press there, and the horse obliging. think this triple bar is going to come quick off the
And
turn.
then the 5 is going to be a bit stepping, I think.
Agree
She
with
gets
you.
there easily.
Yeah, this horse does have enormous step. I can remember seeing classes of him dropping a stride, even 2 strides in places.
Especially in the younger grades when he was still sort of a bit green. I remember that.
Absolutely. Oh, unfortunately, they're just, I suppose, just maybe getting a fraction deep. Jumping in.
Clears the last. We have seen a few horses getting distracted by the practice paddock there.
And also for sure that Oxer jumping out of 10A, a 10B is square and wide.
Definitely the last sort of 4 fences of this track will be separating the boys from the men.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. So, after you, boy.
Number 3 up next, Douglas Pickett, and he brings in Lady Valkyrie. See trainer Gregory Scott on the side of the arena there. I saw him helping Douglas this morning. Lady Valkyrie by Brannick Viking out of a Randall Z mare.
And Douglas, an equine dentist by trade.
Saw him there at Burlington the other day, sorting out all the horses' teeth.
Yeah, doing his thing. Very interesting sort of topic of conversation these days, and interesting to see what he has in his horse's mouth. He definitely feels that this horse goes better in the Hackamore Snaffle combination. Steps up there.
This horse has massive step, Brendan. He
Got
was
there.
quiet to that vertical at number 4. Still managed to get up in that 4 strides so easily. And then again, falling victim to his step there, jumping out the treble. Her step, sorry. I'd venture to say that this would be one of the biggest tracks that Lady Valkyrie and Douglas have seen.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think part of horses learning to jump bigger grades is feeling their way around these tougher tracks, especially at the end of the year. Douglas has had a fantastic year with her. They've definitely settled down, found things that have made her more comfortable. Whoopsie.
Made light work of that big oxer jumping out of the double at 10.
Maybe got a fraction long to the last and sort of a few soft fences along the way, but I agree with you. I think that is a big test for Douglas and that man. He'll be happy enough with that.
And a fancy horse that looks like she's destined for bigger classes, Brendan.
Absolutely.
The master of faster up next, Charlie Ann Crockett. She brings in Kamal de Duvelshove Z. Number 4.
I thought this horse jumped beautifully in the team event. Charlie always has a way of making horses positive. She has a fantastic string of horses at the moment. Again, I'd like to go out on a limb and say almost one of the best she's ever had, definitely competitive-wise.
I think one of the best strings of horses in South Africa at the moment. If we had another 3 hours to chat about Charlie, we could maybe get halfway through all the results that she's had this year.
Yeah, agreed.
This would be one of the newer acquisitions to her string. See, the horse goes with that compression hood, so obviously a buzzy type, which Charlie seems to do so well on.
Absolutely, and just looking at the pedigree there, you can see the front end definitely matches the pedigree. Wow. And again, just as you mentioned, not very mileaged at this level, but under the guidance of somebody as smooth as Charlie.
Really jumped out of the treble there.
Yep, making light work of that.
See Charlie really having to press up to that plank.
And a younger horse probably hasn't seen it before.
And I think that short approach to the triple bar and then a slightly stepping 5, you have to be really on it. You have to move up early in the 5. Because they can sometimes pitch and land a bit dead at the back of those triple bars.
Absolutely foot perfect.
74.25 inside that time allowed of 82 seconds, and it gives us our first clear round of the competition.
Would expect nothing less, to be honest with you. Just continuing her unbelievable form on these fantastic string of horses. Congratulations, Charlie. Beautiful way to start the competition.
Nordic Z up next, number 5, ridden by James Lowe, riding out of the Celarhof Stables team. James riding a real wave of confidence at the moment. I think his new horse,
Corand?
Capital Corand, has really just put him.
We were chatting a little about it yesterday, and he is a exciting horse for James. And again, though, I think this horse also has some big jumps, and it's just definitely the sensitive type. Jumps that ox are easy. James just needs to keep a lid on her,
On him.
him.
He's always working towards giving this horse a little bit of extra room at the fence so he doesn't have to panic and use his body in a quick way. Just allows the horse to come easily off the ground. Unfortunately finding the back rail there.
Shame, tried really hard jumping out there.
See coach Dominic Alexander looking on from the practice paddock. Well ridden down the 5 strides there from the triple bar to the plank. First of our 140 fences. Makes light work of that brick and clay oxer, the second of our 140 fences. This horse has jumped some bigger classes, so
Yeah, for sure.
scope never a question.
Definitely not, but unfortunate fence there, but oops, a little deep at the last, as you were mentioning. Definitely the horse preferring a little room.
Time allowed 82 seconds, Brendan. We haven't seen anyone come close to that 82 seconds. The slowest round we've had so far is 77.56.
For me, though, I think this whole weekend, I think the tests have been more the lines, the curves, the structure of the arena, rather than chasing the riders for time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Someone who'll have no problem with the time up next, Simon Henry. He rides Goofy van Heyn Kaiserhof for owner Cameron Dawson.
He's an interesting horse. This, again, I think would do so well under someone with such a sensitive hand as Simon. He's definitely full of character and definitely wants to do things a little in his own way. He often bounds off to the jumps.
I think well named with a name like Goofy.
Absolutely, yeah. He has enormous step, this horse. As I say, sort of bounds along, so just eats up the ground.
And I think Simon's sort of trademark body control suits the horse so well, because he allows the horse space and time at every fence to use that big jump that he has.
He sort of looked like he saw that oxer as before he even jumped the vertical. He looked like he propped.
He backed up a little
Yeah,
bit.
and sort of wasn't sure about that.
It's a lovely feeling, that.
Yeah. It's a nice shot there. Come on. Yeah, good boy.
Second time round, no mistake from Goofy. Beautifully through that Motherkind treble combination, the sponsors of this class.
Simon being the favorite as Celarhof, as he's known. I must say, though, just he is incredibly smooth in the way that he goes about his courses and riding and preparing his horses.
Even with that little stop, Brendan, I mean, you never see him flustered.
Ever,
at all.
yeah.
Nor the horse. He's
Agreed.
got a way of just keeping the lid on everything and keeping it all calm. So despite that one blemish at the Jeep jump, which we've seen with quite a few horses this weekend, Very stylish round.
I couldn't agree with you more. Again, I mean, a little green at the Jeep jump, but other than that, jumped a peach of a round. I thought just beautifully ridden by Simon, just the way that he nursed the horse around, didn't fluster himself or the horse, and I mean, finished off, as you say, a little blemish, but a beautiful round.
Nicole Bates up next. She brings in number 7, my Hercules. Riding out of the Nova stud. Nicole's had a good weekend of show jumping. Seen her in the prizes.
She'd want a good shot in here. Stay rolling. Fraction deep jumping into the treble, but jumps out well.
And that short approach is going to be a big test for some of these riders.
Yep.
Here today. There's not a lot of space off the fence there to that big Torcraft triple bar.
I know when I walked the course, I was chatting to Greg Scott, and he thought that short approach to the triple bar, straight line to the Farnham plank was definitely going to be one of the tests of this course.
I walked with Ronnie Healey and he mentioned the same thing.
Great minds think alike. I suppose now Nicole would just have her schooling cap on.
And actually, Brennan, much in the same fashion as Simon, has not allowed that to upset the horse at all. Carries on as if nothing happened. So again, a lovely round with one little error.
Unfortunate sort of distance off the corner there to the triple bar, but I mean, again, super round. She has had a good weekend, as you mentioned. I think she's had a good enough year, to be honest with you. So, good enough round.
Chad Cunningham up next, riding for Capital Study. He rides Capital My Friend at number 9. So just a reminder to our viewers that this is a Grand Prix class. So with 28 starters, there will be 7 in the jump off. So we will take the top 7 scores or all the clear rounds. I'm usually very confident that there'll be more clear rounds than that 25%, but today this looks like quite a track. I think it's going to take some jumping. It's going to be touch and go.
Yeah, I agree with you. No clear rounds are going to be handed out here this morning. You're going to definitely have to work for them.
Oh, spectacular jump by my friend over the Jeep Oxer.
Yo.
Textbook through the treble.
Light work of that. Good shot in as well.
Puts in a big effort at the brick and clay Oxer. Could be our second clear round here. He's good for time. Easy as you like.
I want to say one of the nicer rounds I've seen that horse jump. Really smooth. He gave an exhibition from start to finish. Well ridden.
Chad looks like he's got the training right. The horse looked rideable, relaxed, easy.
Yeah.
He can sometimes sort of jump himself into trouble. Like
Yeah,
he
agreed.
over-jumps the
Agreed.
fences and then runs into trouble.
Number 10 up next. This is Jennifer Jacobe. She brings in Noble Leopard. It's an evergreen thoroughbred for Jen.
Just some information from course designer Brett Weber. Sent me a message now saying that Murian, the jump designer that made that Jeep plank, he says he has the Jeep planks on Friday special, Black Friday special. Anyone looking to purchase a black and white Jeep plank like that, get them on your Black Friday special. Clever marketing.
Very clever marketing, and look, it's all about preparation and it's all about training and that type of thing. And it's you know, it's our jobs are never done as trainers with our horses and with our pupils, because the equipment keeps changing and it keeps on sort of becoming more modern, and we have to keep on keeping up with the times, almost make sure that our equipment is up to scratch at home, that our horses are well prepared for these competitions. So going out and purchasing yourself a Jeep plank might not be the worst idea in the world, because it looks like Jeep seem to be involved at this stage, and you could be seeing that jump at a few more shows. Oh,
One down at the very last.
gee, that horse was just cruised around.
So we said earlier that Douglas Pickett with Lady Valkyrie, this would have been a big test for them. Horse up next, Kevin Vessels brings in Capital Charis for owner Michaela Bowsfield, and this will be one of the biggest tracks that this horse has seen so far in its career.
And as long as Kevin can see past his moustache, he'll be fine.
All jokes aside, I think the horse lucky to have a professional like Kevin
Absolutely.
showing him the ropes here.
I must say, if you ever want to chat show jumping, Kevin's your guy. He's another one with horse sickness. Absolutely loves the game.
Capital Charis, a 14-year-old mare by Consuelo out of a Land Earl mare. You see that Consuelo line popping up so often. Our South African show jumpers, we've spoken about it time and time again. I think with just only 9 horses having started, I think we've seen that in 4 different horses' pedigrees so far in this class, that Consuelo line.
I thought that was beautifully ridden down that little tricky distance. Upper body, very good riding
Chin
through the
up.
triple. Yeah, looking polished.
See another rider having to press up a little bit to the plank there.
Little flap of the elbows, you always know that riders mean business. Oh, fraction deep. He'd realized he was deep on takeoff.
You heard him saying, whoa. Big effort jumping out of that double at 10.
I think he can be really happy with that unfortunate fence down, but that horse put in a massive effort this morning.
What a lovely man. I think Kevin's got himself a super competitive partner in Capital Charis. From one Capital horse to another, Capital Chico goes next with Chelsea Gertenbach.
No, I think Chelsea's not here this morning.
Looks like she's not here, so we're going to move on to Kalo Liberace. Danielle Evitsa, Brendan. Heard a few people saying while we were walking the course, they get goosebumps seeing this horse back in the ring. Had a bad accident.
Just a freak accident that just, I mean, it's I suppose is unfortunately the nature of the sport, and Danielle's really taken her time to nurture this horse back. She's had it his whole life. I've also pretty much known this horse his whole life, and he was a very fiery, spicy colt and was gelded fairly early after Danielle realized he would probably be better as a gelding. And I mean, my word, has he just answered every single call that Danielle's asked of him. I think he's beautifully piloted. I've always loved the way Danielle rides. She's tall and elegant in the way that she sits on a horse, and I mean, they're just Liberace showing his step.
True Lissabon fashion, that amazing technique at the fences. Tight in front, flicks his tail out behind.
Yeah, I really think that if Danielle sticks to her guns and keeps going the way that she's going.
No reins, easy as you like over the plank.
I think this horse has got a 150 class in him in the next couple months, I must say.
Well, I mean, he was jumping Grand Prix level before his accident.
Sure.
And I must say, he's made the comeback to the sport look really easy. I know there's been a lot of homework done behind the scenes, but the picture that we see at shows,
beautiful
looks like
riding.
He's back and he means business. Another
Yeah.
clear round, 76.56. Puts Danielle into second place at the moment as a second fastest clear round.
Watch that one in the jump off, it's going to be quick.
Just remembering with the time, these riders, the quicker clear rounds will have the benefits of going later in the jump off. So you always want to try and be quick against the clock. Someone that will have no problem being quick against the clock, Shaun Corber up next. She brings in Kalo Picker's Boy K.
Wow. She got there too quick. Shaun was just trying to remind him to keep his head on the job a little bit, and he overreacted and shot down the distance a bit quick, and Shaun's maybe thinking he's feeling a bit above himself today, so electing not to carry on. She has had a fantastic year with him. He has nothing more to prove. $15 up next. This is Arnold Botha. He brings in KP Manelli.
Manelli was the winner of the 135 Grand Prix here a few weeks back. 135 Steyn City Grand Prix. So he's enjoyed some fine form at this venue.
Yeah, basically home.
I would say, I mean,
home turf, yeah.
As the crow flies, a couple 100 meters from here.
What do you call it? The pigeon flies when we're talking about Arnold?
Arnold, a passionate, what would you say, pigeon flyer?
Yeah,
pigeon racer.
You want to talk pigeons? Arnold's your guy, that's for sure.
He can tell you things you've never even known about before, like rolling pigeons.
Yeah.
I know about these rolling.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm desperate to see them, to be honest with you. So, Arnold, we need to see your rolling pigeons, please, buddy.
He speaks about the pigeons with as much passion as he does his horses.
Sometimes even more. Whoopsie. Another one just backing up at that Jeep jump. Actually, Murencock
just walked past us with a big smile, because I think if every single rider that has had an issue with this Jeep plank, every single yard that has a rider that has had a problem with this Jeep plank purchases one, could be a busy November, December for Muren.
Yeah. Quite a profitable one too.
So after a very good win here just a few weeks back, not their day today.
Oh, there we go.
Third time Lucky gets over it. Jessica Comfort comes up next. She brings in White Waters On Clouds of Time. Lovely daughter of Beach Haven On Track out of a Clarinius mare. Jess, as we mentioned yesterday, having recently, in the last year or so, made the move to Kyalami and has been super successful. Very busy at Blair Athol Equestrian Estate as well, Brendan.
Yeah, I think she's really enjoyed being in the RH system. I think another one that's just sort of blossomed underneath it. Jess has always been a fantastic rider, but I think just getting a little bit of polishing from Ronnie and his system has really benefited her and her horses. Disciplined 8-1 to 2. chatting to Jess about the headpiece on this horse's bridle. She says that the horse is real sensitive through that part of her body, and it does help her settle a little. Easy down that distance.
I think Jess does a good job at disguising it, but this horse can get quite sort of worked up and keen to do her job.
Agreed. And she's a big mare that stands over ground. So Jess is really going to have to use her tall upper body to manage her. Yeah, good. Wow, what a huge effort the mare put in there.
She is moving. So the time will be good, although she's had that one early rail.
Come on, Jess, keep it together to the last.
This is going to be one of the quickest times we've seen.
Oh,
by far.
fantastic.
70.14.
Oh, she had one down. Sorry, my apologies.
But so as it stands, it puts her
she's
to
still in.
fourth place.
Yeah,
so it puts her well into that top 25%. That will be going through to
We
the
only
jump
have
off.
13 horses left.
Lauren Pretorius comes next. She brings in number 18, Capital Cashmere.
Wow, Jess's time was real quick, so she's for sure going to be one of the quickest four-falters. Definitely putting herself in potential to get into that jump off.
I would go as far as saying, unless we have another 4 clear rounds, Jess will be. There won't be a quicker four-falter than that. I
Sure.
don't see that happening.
Agreed.
Lauren Pretorius on track now. This lovely son of the great Capital Colnado, out of a Belmondo mare. Trains out of the Corber equestrian setup.
And having a fantastic round yesterday on Coretta. Yeah, now, wow, Cash is really, I must say, settled down, and Lauren's had a positive year with him in the sense that
So funny to hear you saying that the horse has settled down when you see how electric he still is.
yeah.
Just goes to show the viewers at home how this horse used to be completely, almost over the top about doing his job.
Shame, he looked furious that he landed on the back rail there, kicked up over B and C triple combination.
Am I right in saying, Brendan, he's not quite as extravagant behind as what he used to be? His jump looks more rideable now.
Yeah, I would say more economical. I think,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, it's I suppose a weird problem to have when a horse has got such a big back end that it's almost difficult to sit. But I think it's just been part of the production job with this horse, part of what Lauren's plan has been, just to settle him down and just allow him to just, you know, in this sport you don't get extra points if you clear the jumps by 1.5 feet. The idea is to get back on the ground as quickly as possible. So definitely the name of the game when you have a horse of Cashmere's nature.
Seeis Le Champ up next at number 19 with Kerry Reese, another super talented young rider out of the Corber equestrian setup.
Also had some fantastic results this year, as do most of the people at Corber Equestrian. It's a very competitive team to be involved with.
That distance 1 to 2 walk quite short on the 8, but I think the Farnham plank
Yeah, pushes
makes it like
you
a
out.
blind corner there, pushes you out on the curve. It's actually riding pretty normal 1 to 2.
Yeah, for sure. I think that if you land and get going too quick, you're going to get there on 7.5.
I think like we saw with Picker's Boy. A little bit. Takes a bit of jumping, that Oxer jumping into the treble. The horses need to be pushing through the turn.
Light rub there at the C element of the triple combination. 6.
It's the second horse we've seen go down that distance in 6. Again, you have to be quite committed to get down there on the 5 strides to the plank. One of the questions that Brett Webber's asking of the horses here in this track.
He really is game, this little horse, I must say. He looks like he fills Kerry with confidence.
I think he loves his job.
Yeah, agreed.
Absolutely loves his job.
So having a look at the time there, 77.584 faults. Puts her right on the cusp there, 7th place.
Lorett Knowles-Taylor next. She rides for Emilio Luigi Agliati. Brings in number 20, SD Deab. Lovely son of Diamante Simile out of a Nabab Derev mare. World-class pedigree. With a world-class jockey on his back.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they're definitely trying to work each other out. He looks like he's quite opinionated. I think Lorett definitely prefers the buzzier types. I'm quite keen to see where his head's at today. Lorett is always trying to polish her rounds and trying to make it feel as good as she would really want it to. She's always tweaking her bitting and making sure that her horses are comfortable.
I think Deab's still young, and I think one of his biggest issues at the moment is just trying to keep his mind on the job. Like you said just now, he's got quite a lot of personality. He's only 7 years old. I've often seen him want to sort of spend more time with his friends than what he should. Really looking spectacular here today.
Gee, well ridden down there. I don't want to say too much, but whoa.
Yeah, he uses his body beautifully to back up at the end of that treble. Lorett giving him a peach of a ride here, Brendan. She's been positive through every turn.
Luckily jumping the Farnham jump well.
This is looking good.
So unfortunate.
She's still quick, Brendan. She's still quick. She could go into that top 25%, which she will.
She's just quicker than Jess.
I said we wouldn't see Jess's time being beaten, but Lorett, what a peach of a ride. She gave that horse confidence off every turn.
Yeah.
Sort of looked like she was moving forward the last 5 or 6 strides to every fence. And it does put her into 4th place as it stands.
Right, viewers, Steyn's going to step out of the commentary box to go and do part of his real job, which is getting his clients prepared for this class. So next up, number 21. This is Equicolt's Seeis and Telur and Lauren Coltman.
On we go to 21, Lauren Coltman, Seeis and Telur.
This horse having a fantastic round in the team event earlier this week. Lauren knowing this horse real well, she wants to keep a lid on him the early part of the course. He has huge steps, should get down this distance real easy. Lauren trained by Catherine Neal out in the south of Johannesburg. What an effort through the triple combination there. He threw his front feet at the back rail. So unfortunate there, shame. Just towing the back rail of that oxer. The horse put in an absolutely huge effort. What a beautiful round. Unfortunate four faults at that fence there. But Lauren looks thrilled to bits with that. Nothing so she should be. That was a real smooth, easy round. That horse, again, looks like he could jump some bigger jumps next year for sure. So Simon Henry on screen now. Number 22. He brings in Kalo Caspiano. Caspiano owned by Cameron Dawson. Simon staying disciplined on the 8 strides, 1 to 2. This horse looks like it has enormous step. Simon making sure that he got up the distance there. Almost a little deep at the jeep, but making sure that his horse took off. Simon just settling this horse through the rest of this course. So also hasn't really been hanging about. 74.29, 6th place at this stage for Simon. Still looks like we've got 8 horses left in this class. So Simon's going to have to stick around to see if he's going to be in that jump off a little later. 23 up next. This is Lacano Ballard. Kayla Gertenbach rides for Reba Stables. Ballard, a 14-year-old by Lacano Challenger out of a Consuelo mare. Once again, Consuelo just keeps shining through. Exceptionally ridden by Kayla through the triple combination there. Such unbelievably good body control. She'd want a good shot here into the double. Make it easy for this horse to jump out. She's going to be good for time. Is this going to be our next clear? There you go. Kayla Gertenbach making it 4 clear rounds. Quickest of our clear rounds at this stage. Another quick one in the jump off. Right, that means that a few are going to be knocked out. Unfortunately, Simon Henry still on that cusp. 7th place, Kalo Caspi. Jessica Comfort sitting 6th place. 5th, Chad Cunningham in 4th place there. Slowest of this class. Little my friend. Liberace, Carmel, Ballard, the quickest of our clears. Another one who'd love to add his name to the list of clears. Next up, we have Data Sciences Green, Turin Z, and Rainer Corber. This also owned by the Slade Equestrian. super through Motherkind triple combination. Big thanks to Motherkind for the sponsor, main sponsor of this Silver Tour Grand Prix. Someone as organized as Ray, he does make it easy for the horses. Here we go, the boys are back in town. Ray and Gringo put their names in the jump-off list.
71.97, this is super clear from Ray and Corber, one of the quickest we had in the second place on the exercise. Wingo, 5 clear. Simon Henry in the afternoon at the top 25%. In the hot seat, Jacobe under 4.7016. Go down to the final 6. That's on the Reese, Zandi
26 up next. This is back on track. Kalo Lansing, Zandi Alcock in the saddle. Zandi trains with Jonathan Clark. I chatted to Jono about Zandi. He said she's an absolute pleasure to work with, very organized. You can see their short reins to the turn. She's a very tall girl, is Zandi. Beautiful through the Motherkind triple combination. Now she'll want to be in the middle and at the base. That horse's ears and eyes were pricked on the top pole of that Farnham plank as he landed from the triple combination. Good effort there, jumping out. 10B, 1 to go. Clear rounds coming thick and fast these days. Zandi Alcock and Tack and Togs, Kalo Lansing making it 6 in the jump off. Fortunately, our 4 falters are going to be falling out at this stage. 1 4-falter left at this stage is Lorett Knowles-Taylor hanging on to that 7th place. 5 horses left to come, 22 horses have started. This, the Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix. I must say, one of the crowd favorites, I'm sure. Next up, 24. This is 334 Balabetto, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud and ridden by Christopher van der Merwe. Chatting to Chris, Balabetto is one of his favorites, and I think just because of his attitude, he says he walks out the barn and tells everybody that he's here. It's all the boys and the girls know. Wow. Chris having to remind him to keep stepping. Balabetto, a 7-year-old stallion by Balu Durue out of Diaradume. He's got a whole lot of foals on the ground, so exciting times for South African public. If you like the look of this stallion, there will be a few of his babies on auction soon. Excellent jump out that oxer. Beautifully judged, squeaks in the time. 334 Balabetto, Chris van der Merwe. Another one in the jump off.
79.71.
Balabetto definitely the slowest of our clears, but clear it is. So that means at this stage we have 7 clears, so it'll only be clear is good enough. No more 4 falters will follow through into the jump off, unfortunately.
The opportunity to add 4 more riders to that, that's how moves I said last from the end. Erica B.
27 up next. This is Carl Bonsai. He brings in Perica B. It's 9-year-old mare by Perigue out of an Esprit mare. Jumps down that tricky distance for absolute fun. Little rub jumping in. Jumps the C element of the mother kind triple combination beautifully. Organized Carl making sure that he gets this mare up distances. Big effort jumping out. Exceptional riding. 8 years in the jump off. It's turning out to be a banger. I must say, just again, talking the level of show jumping in South Africa at the moment is unbelievable. When you get trainers and riders walking the course thinking that it's, or saying that it's going to be incredibly difficult, and then you look at the number of clears and the level of riding. It's an absolute treat to watch. 28 up next. This is Amy Crosley. She brings in Penmarine's Darwin Amazon Z. It's exceptionally turned out here. Looking like he enjoyed the feeling of jumping that oxer. Love it when horses show good expression. Ouch. Shame, unfortunately, Amy landing on her back there. I hope that she's going to be all right. Unfortunately, the name of the game here in show jumping, two brains sort of working independently as opposed to working in unison. Never nice to see anybody fall, but I'm sure Amy's tough. She's going to be getting up and getting cracking. While we're waiting for the medics to check Amy out, just a big thanks to all our sponsors involved in this show. It's been an absolute treat here at Steyn City. Big thanks to Jeep, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, Uzumba Gold, Country Life, Top Bet, Crossover, Table Charm, 334 Live Streaming. Big thanks to Farnham and Back on Track for the grooms prizes. Then big thanks to Western Shop for all that they have done. And for our vendors here at the show, One Coffee, Orange Horse, Equestrian Diva, and Paul's Homemade Ice Cream. Big thanks to all these sponsors, and without them, these fabulous world-class shows do not take place. Great to see that Amy's back up and on her feet. Gingerly going to walk out the arena. I'm sure she's going to need an Epsom salts bath and maybe a painkiller. But I'm sure she will be back on track in no time.
Two riders to come in the first round of the other kind lines on the Grand Prix. We've got more than enough clears for that second round. 8 of them. And should we not have another clear from the remaining 2 first in the first one now, so all of those clears would be followed by Shaun, Cunningham, Danielle, and
So on screen now is Winks Calaho Joe Cool. This horse is ridden this morning by Tamara Rueda. This also a new ride for Tam. 8-year-old stallion by Coltman out of a Kidam de Ravel mare.
Number 29 up next, Winks Calaho Joe Cool, Tamara Rueda in the saddle. This is an exciting new partnership, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think.
So your jaw was on the floor when you saw her jumping in the warm-up the other day.
Yeah, exciting for Tam to have another horse in her already fairly illustrious string of horses. But look, this is the name of the game. You need horsepower, and for a rider like Tam, who's got her sights fairly set on getting as well, she's at the top almost, but sort of maintaining her position up at the top there it's very important to have horsepower. And I think horsepower at different grades also helps, just keeping your eye in the whole day. So I'm excited to see how this partnership plays out for Tam.
Sure. Kicks off the ground at number 2. Tam also, Brendan, has a very strong coaching team behind her, who she has a lot of faith in.
I think she's also put in a heck of a lot of groundwork just over the years of really diligent training. She's going to sort of hopefully benefit from that in the future. Good body control through the mother kind triple combination.
Will play in the turn there, but a good shot at the tall craft triple bar. Easy as you like up in the 5 to that Farnham plank.
Not wanting to say too much, but come on, Tam, keep this together. Yeah, beautiful riding.
It's another clear through to the jump off. Brendan, there's a lot that reminds me of Qantas. Tam's mare that she was so successful on right up to the 150s.
Very, very, very much so.
Hey, I mean, it sort of brings back memories of those years.
And I'm sure Tam will be saying from your mouth,
yeah,
to whoever's listening. Yeah.
Another super talent up next. Ipo Landia van Linderhof with Jannie Kleinans coming in. Last horse in the class. Well, I stepped out for a while, Brendan. The rounds came thick and fast.
9 clears. I thought almost a few more than I was expecting, just showing the strength of the riders and the horses in these classes.
I thought for all money we were going to have 1 or 2 of the quickest 4 falters through to that jump
Agreed.
But not to be. The riders have stepped up their game. The horses are showing they're on fine form here towards the back end of the season.
Wow. How was that
As
shape?
I say it.
I'd love to see a photograph over that. That was exceptional.
Big press up to the Jeep Oxer.
Yeah. This horse looks like he's full of jumping this morning.
Little word of encouragement from Jannie there on the way down to that Farnham plank.
And then good boy on landing. Jannie always has a fantastic relationship with his horses. Little stumble around the corner, but he'll maintain his balance.
Big press out of that double, that 10 A and B.
He'll be good for time. Clears the last, makes it 10.
One of the quicker clears we've seen. He goes into 4th place, so he'll be 4th last to go in that jump off. 10 clear rounds, 37% clear.
To see a shot of that. Thanks to the camera team for that. Gee whiz, what an exceptional shape over that ox. So Yanni must be over the moon with that effort.
I think, viewers, we're going to take a quick break while we put together the running order for the second round of this Motherkind 135 championship class. While we have a quick moment, just a big shout out and thank you to the CMH group, Jeep, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, Zumba Gold, Country Life, Top Bets, Crossover, Table Charm, 334 live streaming, Farnham, Back on Track, Western Shop, and then to all our vendors at the show, One Coffee, Orange Horse, Equestrian Diva, Paul's Homemade Ice Cream. Big thank you to all of those sponsors, and I hope everyone here supporting our vendors, enjoying themselves. Good day of show jumping out here at Steyn City Equestrian Centre.
I've just seen somebody walk past with 2 very delicious looking piles of ice cream that I might be going to go and sample a little later. It would be rude not to in this scorching weather.
Guess it is a Sunday. Sunday carbs don't count.
So viewers, I think we're going to get our jump off list organized and get our jump off course sorted out, and we will be back shortly with the Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix jump off.
Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
will be missing out, unfortunately. Does mean it's all to play for. Riders do be careful even if they have a rail down. Still worth pushing for time.
Viewers, thanks for joining us. Chris van der Merwe on screen now. He's going to be first to go in this, the Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix. 334 Balabetto, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
We have 10 riders riding for 9 places in this class. Chris van der Merwe is going to show us the way around this jump off on the lovely stallion 334 Balabetto. Inside to this brick and clay oxer that has been narrowed a little bit. Wow, spectacular jump over that.
Balabetto showing that scope jumping out the double.
A new fence to the track there, the Peter Morrison, and then Chris stays inside.
Oh, this horse is looking on form. Was almost the one that he would have wanted so that he can nip inside. The fraction deep. Now he wants to gallop the last.
5-6 to the last. Leaves it up.
Exceptional riding. Wow, that's going to take some beating. I know that this is a strong class, but that's a good round.
51-19. I know he wasn't galloping, but I don't think you can turn any tighter than that. It's going to be, the only way someone's going to beat that is doing those turns with a bit more speed. And
absolutely.
Their horse is spending a foot, going a foot lower over the fences, spending a few seconds less in the air.
It would be the only thing against a horse like Balabetto is he would lose a second or two in the air, but made up for it with exceptional riding. That turn from 1 to 2 basically in the jump off, which is the brick and clay. Exceptional riding there. Definitely throwing the gauntlet down, a bit of scoreboard pressure for the rest of the riders in this jump off.
Chad Cunningham up next on Capital, my friend. He'll be looking to hunt down that time of 51-19. He'll need to do all these inside turns, and he's elected to go around. So looking like Chad's here to bank another clear round in this jump off section. Almost looked like the horse jumped out of his hand there. I think Chad was waiting for another stride at that double.
Little miscommunication, but didn't look like it's bothered the stallion much. He keeps rolling. He's got a beautiful way about him, I must say. Gets up to the distance is so easy.
And explodes over the fences.
Six to the last.
Comes home 61-66. Fortunately, those 2 rails in the double. But gets a big pat, and I think that horse has put on a good performance here today.
I agree with you. Look at that shape. Beautiful slow-mo shot there.
Fair in saying that horse, when you look at him walking around in his body, he doesn't strike you as a type that would be able to be as spectacular
for sure
as that.
Yeah, he's a solid unit of a horse. Amazing that he can look almost weightless as he jumps.
Brendan, one of your favorites. Up next, I would say one of your new favorite partnerships.
I think let's see if Tam can get the partnership right like she did with Qantas, because I must say you really hit the nail on the head there when you said that there's a similarity there. It's so interesting that riders can make horses go similarly. So let's see if Tam can have the same effect on this horse. Being a new combination, I'm wondering if she's going to be nipping inside here.
No, I think probably smartly going around. Like you say, very new combination, horse and rider.
There are a few speedy combinations left to come in this jump off.
If that didn't remind
That
you of
was
Qantas.
Come on, jumping in
Absolutely.
and out the double. Looking a little playful still in the jump off.
Fits in well.
Yeah, definitely enjoying his job.
I see sporting the Max Guttel. Numna, Brendan.
It's an interesting product. I've definitely used it in my yard and with very sort of interesting effect, to be honest with you.
6 to the last, leaves it up. Clear round, 61-8. So it shows it. Chris van der Merwe, 10 seconds faster than that. Viewers at home, Brendan's just pointed to me, to the arena. If there's anyone that can hunt down that time of 51.19, it's Danielle Evida.
Absolutely.
She brings in Kalo Liberace.
And he doesn't spend too much time in the air, this horse. Danielle's won classes like this before. She's done the practice, the little inside turn that Chris did from 1 to 2 to the brick and clay. So let's see what we get now.
Lands, gets a little light, moves forward.
Good shot. Easy as you like.
He just does it in such an easy way, doesn't he?
Very typical Lisbon fashion, as you mentioned in the first round. He just uses his body to full effect. Nips
She's quick,
inside.
Brendan. She's quick. Oh, and very efficient over that Steyn City Oxa. Gets inside the double. This is going to be quick.
This is quick. Very quick.
Oh, and
Oh,
lays a toe on that, almost looking to the outside of the school.
oh, she'll be devastated with that. Look at the time.
48.90. The time was there. So she's shown the other competitors that time can be beaten.
Absolutely.
But you're going to have to leave them up.
Disappointing fence there for Danielle. She almost had it won going down that last line, but I think just in the greater scheme of things, she will be over the moon with having her fantastic horse back again. He looks like he's full of jumping. He looks like he's well and ready to do his job. I think he can have a little rest through December and come out absolutely firing for next year.
So from the pupil to the trainer, Carl Bunzai up next. He brings in Pericabe. We saw him rehearsing that inside turn as well. He's not going to die wondering. There you go. Also uses its body fantastically over that brick and clay Oxa.
Yep, not wasting any time in the air.
Also a quick horse across the ground. Again nips inside.
Oh, leaves it up, but has to go round.
Yeah, he has gone around there.
And a fraction deep, but leaves it up, but almost
Similar to
benefited the
that
turn.
ride
Yeah.
as Chris, where the horses land short and can turn quick.
Time to beat 51.19.
It's going to be close. He's done it. 51.11. 800ths of a second ahead of Chris van der Merwe.
No way. Unbelievable riding. Carl Bonzai, exceptional here this morning in the Motherkind Silver Tour Grand Prix.
And if you thought that was quick, I think this class is only going to get quicker. Charlie Crockett up next, riding Kamal van der Duvelsover Z.
Charlie's not going to be messing around, that's for sure.
Nicknamed the Master of Faster.
What a
Sure.
round by Carl, huh? Gee whiz, that was quick.
Unbelievable. The only place I think obviously that they'll be able to be quicker is if they can jump that Steyn City and land inside.
Sure. Charlie's looking early.
She's tight here, she's tight. And hits it on that forward stride.
Oh, she's quick again. She's gone forward to every jump.
And inside, yeah.
She's going to nip inside again. No.
Oh, and it's gone down.
Almost wanting to turn a little in the air. Look, this horse is very green at this level still.
The time is quick though, Brendan. Even with having sort of slowed down a bit after that rail. She comes home 48.63. That is the fastest that we've seen around this track so far. Unfortunately, the full fault.
Man.
Charlie newly engaged to Roy Barford, and I'm telling you, her biggest supporter and fan is Roy. I'm sure he'll be watching on from home. So from Brendan and I, congrats on your engagement, guys. It's been an exciting year of show jumping, and I think an exciting year in your personal lives to come in 2025. Jannie Kleinhans now sets off at quite a speed to number 1 on Epol Landio van het Linderhof. Brendan, another horse that might be a fraction slower in the air than some of the ones that we've just seen go.
Shame, no fault of his own. That's just the shape that he makes over the jumps. He puts in a huge effort. Look at that.
Incredible jump out of that double.
Has to gallop around.
I think for this horse though, it would suit him, hey Brendan?
I would say.
Sort of moving, good ground speed, because, you know,
Jumps
that's
too high if he gets slow.
Absolutely. I think it's something that Jannie's had to be very diligent about working on with this horse.
He's moving.
Getting him to travel.
He's moving. He's moving.
51.21, good enough to put him onto the podium though.
Wow, what a round.
So just 1/10 of a second separating our top 3 riders at the moment,
Look
Brendan.
at that. That is absolutely incredible. The top 3.
So 7 having started, 3 to go, and our top 3 as it stands. Carl Bunzai, Perica sitting in pole position, 51.11. Chris van der Merwe, 334, Balabetto, 51.19. And Jannie Kleinhans, Epol Landia van het Linderhof, 51.21.
That's incredibly close.
This young lady knows how to be lightning quick. Zandiel Cock up next on Tackentog's Kalo Lansink, and she moves up immediately on landing there.
She's elected to go around again, wanting to keep her pace up.
She has gone around, but she is quick. This horse is lightning across the ground.
Agreed, agreed.
Going to be interesting to see if that good ground speed is going to be able to hunt down those tight turns of the top 3. Jannie showed that you can go around and still be quick.
He does move across the ground really
she
quickly.
Needs to get to this next jump around 40 seconds. She's there and thereabout, maybe a second or 2. She's there, Brendan.
She's there.
She's there.
What a round.
48.99.
She knows she's quick. Big fist pump there from Zandy Alcock. She really timed that exceptionally. She knew that horse well. She knew that potentially the turn off the right wasn't going to work for her that way to the brick and clay, but then trusted him the other way. Unbelievable riding. Tack and Togs. Kalaho Lansik, Zandy Alcock breaks that 50-second barrier, 48.99. With 2 horses left to go. It's going to take some beating.
Rainer Corber up next on the Data Sciences entry. Data Sciences Gringo de Turenzy. He's going to nip inside. Ray always naturally quick against the clock. This horse would need to keep his lines very, very tidy. Keep it tight.
Ray is just so economical through the sweeps. Just eats up seconds as he's going. This is quick. This is quick.
So Zandi jumped that second last fence at 42 seconds, Brendan.
No, he's a little slower there.
No, but he's up on her time. There you go. 46.75.
Was there any doubt? Was there any doubt? Unbelievable riding, Ray Corber.
Lovely to see Mark and I here supporting their horse.
I think for me, any viewers at home, younger viewers at home, want to know how and why Ray is so quick. Watch how quick he is through the sweeps. He wastes absolutely no time. That was unbelievable riding with one horse left to go. Last horse in this class, number 23. This is Lucano Ballard and Kayla Gertenbach,
who has won so many of these classes in their career so far. Oh, she's tight here, Brendan. Can she get a good shot?
She means business.
Oh, and it's gone down.
Unfortunately, early rail. That leaves Ray Corber and Gringo, the winner of this Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix.
Kayla will need to finish on a score lower than 8 faults and in a time faster than 61.66 to stay in the prizes. She is quick. She's hunting down to be a fast 4-faulter here. Look at the time, Brendan.
Look at that time.
47.86.
Gonna be good enough for second.
Puts her into 7th place.
What a class.
The master himself, Ray Corber, take a bow. What a win. And he never looked like he hustled the horse at all around that track.
Just in true Ray fashion, that's how he does things for me. He never looks like he hustles or bustles them, but he's always got the hammer down at the right time. He's always going forward to the jumps, which I think makes him good. He's got such good momentum on landing. So, yeah, real masterclass here this morning at Steyn City. And this the Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix. Top honors, Data Science, Gringo, Fundaturen Z, and the absolute master himself, Ray Corber. I must say, though, valiant effort in second place there. Zandi Alcock really gave it a go with Takentogs, Calaho Lansink. Really good riding from her. And Perikabi, Carl Bonsai, I thought he had it won at one stage, to be honest with you.
Brendan, I thought when they started, I didn't think you could beat that 51.11. I thought that was lightning quick. Those riders that managed to break the 50-second barrier, I mean, that
you
was
look at race time,
unbelievable.
46
Unbelievable. And you look at those 3 riders in 3rd, 4th, and 5th with only 1/10 of a second separating them. I mean, that is just incredible. It shows you the level of competition here in the 135s.
I must say, viewers, I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. That really has been an unbelievably quality show of show jumping here.
I think if that class is anything to go by, the Top Bet 140 Silver Grand Prix Tour coming up next, and the 150 Jeep Grand Prix this afternoon, scheduled to kick off at 1 p.m. I think those 2 classes are going to be absolutely top class, world class show jumping to watch. See Ray making his way into the ring on Gringo. The lovely Motherkind sponsored day sheet there. While we have a second, just a big shout out to all our sponsors here at Steyn City, the CMH Group, Jeep, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, the sponsors of this fantastic class, Zumba Gold, Country Life, Top Bets, Crossover, Table Charm, 334 Live Streaming, Farnham, Back on Track, and Western Shop. Huge thank you to all those sponsors that have come on board for this final Grand Prix show of the year.
I must say, Ray has had an unbelievable year, and it's amazing to watch him on so many different types of horses. I mean, you wouldn't think when you look at Gringo, I mean, he's a real solid unit of a horse if you compare him to the shape of Lansink, who's so much finer and slimmer. But don't let that fool you, boy. He was absolutely blistering today. 46.71 the winning time.
And interestingly enough, Brendan, Lansink, a horse that Ray had produced.
Yes, you're right.
I've seen him win many of these classes with Ray, has Lansink. So this goes to show the level of production that Ray did with that job. And Zandi has taken over the reins so successfully herself.
You did mention that it's fantastic to see Di and Mark Slade here. I see them
front and center.
Yep, front and center there, enjoying their win. I must say again, they really do love this sport and love our industry. So fantastic for them to get a nice victory here at the end of the season.
Very exciting for them, their European team Slade. That looks like they have big things planned on the cards for next year.
Absolutely. I hope that they keep us all updated with Jason and his team of horses overseas, while Ray is definitely flying the flag successfully here in South Africa.
Fantastic results as well for 334 Balabeto, Chris van der Merwe. What an exciting stallion that is. I mean, he put on an absolute exhibition, didn't he?
Yanni looking like he absolutely loved that, and so he should. That horse gave an exhibition. He's pointing his toes, showing him that he's done well.
A new combination that I'm sure we're going to see on many podiums in the not so distant future. Tam Rueda riding Winks Joe Cool. Winks Calaho Joe Cool.
So here we go with the podium, and this, the Motherkind 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix. Hugs all round. But for sure, Ray Corber gave them an absolute lesson here by a good few seconds.
Good friend Carl Bunzai on the podium with them. Lovely to see.
Fantastic,
Zandi Elcock,
yeah.
fantastic result for her today. Well done to her and her coach, Jonathan Clark.
Great camaraderie amongst our riders here in South Africa. Good to see. What a jump off Steyn, and as you mentioned, we are by no means done. This is basically the warm-up for what we've got a little later here this afternoon.
For our viewers at home, we're just going to see them jumping faster and faster over bigger and bigger fences. The excitement is only going to grow here, with the big one kicking off at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Great to see the grooms receiving their prizes, being acknowledged for all the effort that they put in here. Very proud men.
Very well done to each and every one of our competitors. Once all the final photos have been taken, those are safely out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get standing for our...
So Ray Corber is going to lead them off on their lap of honor. On the fantastic Data Sciences Gringo Funder Tiranzi. I think they're going to just quickly wait for Zandi to get on. I know Ray knows
all too well
he can be tricky
how
to get on.
dangerous that can be.
Here we go. That's very gentlemanly of you, Ray.
I see Ray has a horse at number 10 in the next class, but we're going to try to see if we can get an interview with him, I think.
Absolutely. Maybe I should shoot down to the warm-up arena and see if I can have a quick word with Ray about his last round that he had, and maybe a little bit about what's to come.
For his string of horses here today, that would be amazing. Viewers, we hope you enjoyed that jump off as much as we did, and like I said, it's only going to get bigger and faster as the day goes on, so don't go too far. We will have that 140 Silver Grand Prix Tour up next, sponsored by Top Bet, and hopefully with an interview from Rainer Corber with Brendan McNiven. Don't go far, we'll see you shortly.
So very well done to all our prize winners in that class. Of course, there's more.
It is a well-researched fact that a mare contributes 60 to 70% of the attributes of the farm. It has also been noted that it takes generations of breeding to exceptional, proven stallions to breed a Grand Prix horse if one starts with an average mare. Therefore, at 334, we breed from an unrivaled group of selected performance-tested mares that have competed at Grand Prix and World Cup level. Our minimum criteria is that a mare must have at least been successful at 1.40 m level. By doing so, we significantly improve our chances of producing a horse of at least the quality of the dam. we improve our chances of producing a sound horse, as the dam needed to be sound to compete at the highest level. And lastly, we have the luxury of mating the mare with a stallion that complements her conformation and her performance traits, which would have been impossible had we not seen the mare compete. By meticulous attention to detail of the breeding, growth and development of our future champions, under the watchful eye of our world-class team, I'm sure we can provide you with a horse to fulfill your show jumping dreams and aspirations.
Viewers, I'm down here with the winner of this last class, Ray Corber. Ray, wow, it's been an unbelievable show to watch you go. Your horses have been in top form. Today you've been riding for the Slades. It's fantastic to see that the Slade equestrian flag is still flying. Tell me a little bit about where you're at with them and their horses and that type of thing.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. Good day today. With the Slades, I've had 3 amazing years so far. They are busy setting up to campaign overseas in Belgium. Jason's there already. So this is bittersweet that we can have a few more good tickets before Mark and I actually go next year, probably halfway through next year, to go and join Jay. But for now, everything's cracking on as normal, and we try and win some rosettes while we can. Yeah, why not on such a lucky horse like Gringo, eh?
Absolutely. And then just chatting a little bit about Gringo and about that jump off. I mean, we were talking about 50 seconds being like really quick. Your time, 46 seconds. Just your sweep riding is unbelievable. You're so good through the turns. You look like you trust that horse. He looks like he gives you an unbelievable feeling.
Absolutely. I think we've come a long way and we know each other really well. The 2 big sweeps to the oxes on the right is actually his weaker side, so I actually had to rehearse a little bit with Gonda in the warm-up. But I'm proud of him. He's got a heart 5 times the size of him, and he's a sizable guy. And he's careful, boy. So, yeah, I think he's got a lot of scope, so you can turn quite tight into the big oxes, and that's where it helped me. And, yeah, I'd always try and follow. I used to watch Annelie Wilgefennig as a youngster. I'm not trying to look too soon with those sweeps, and boy, it works.
It really does. Absolutely, guys. I mean, that's so interesting that you get a little bit of insight from Ray. He wins so many courses and so many classes. So congratulations. You're not done yet. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, people called me Mr.
Kentari is the head boy in my stallion barn. The way he presents himself, his mannerism, as well as the talent that he shows in the arena. Kentari is a very well-defined stallion. He's a specimen to look at. He's a very good breeding stallion in the progeny that he already has in the ground. He shows immense care, technique, and then he uses with scope as well. There's nothing to fault in this beautiful stallion, and to me he's the cover boy of our stallion group. What defines Brandon is his character. His character is a fighter, his willingness to please, and then he has the talent on top of that. He's got his care, scope, and the ability to achieve anything in this world. His character defines who he is, and I'm sure that will go forward until his foal's over. In my opinion, Balabetto is the definition of a breeding stallion. Every morning he walks out the barn and he neighs and notifies the whole yard that he is out and he is there. His presence is felt in the arena, in the yard, and everywhere he goes. He lets everyone know who he is and what he is. And he shows his talents in the arena with his care, his technique, and most of all, his scope. His presence is also felt and seen in his foals, what he is given through. We are very excited about who he is and what he's going to be breeding. And as I said, in my opinion, he is the definition of a breeding stallion. The Queer is very intelligent and he has a strong mind. This has been very helpful in the training. He's always been a horse that's grasped everything really well and understands the work that he has to do. His confidence in himself, I'm sure, will also show in his progeny, and also we can see what it does in the ring.
I'm in la 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 la, freaking out 'cause I can't get enough. Would you stay then, keep playing right by my side, so I can hold you, you can hold me all night. I had to hit the road for more than 1,000,000 miles, more than 1,000,000 times, just to find you. Yeah, I was chasing highs and more than 1,000,000 nights, more than 1,000,000 times, but you've just turned me inside out. Inside out. More than 1,000,000 times, but you've just turned me inside out.
You'd fall in love with this place. Indefinitely. Instantly. You'd be hidden in Eden. Elegant lavishness. Your grand days belong here. You'd greet the day with a tune of tranquility. Forever. Immediately. Lost in the beauty of nature's treasure. You'd be in a joy-filled playland, overflowing with leafy companions, and happily live next to the bustling world. You'd indulge in all your heart's desires. You'd please the naked eye at every turn. Endlessly. Instantaneously. You'd be absorbed in luxury of pure artistry. If you lived here, you'd love the way you live.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
At Table Charm, we care about you and your family. That's why we've gone the extra mile to make sure your future is covered. What legacy will you leave for the ones you cherish most? At Table Charm, we understand the importance of family and the peace of mind that comes from knowing they're protected. That's why we've made securing your family's future easier than ever before. The Table Charm Ultimate Funeral Plan is here to help you care for your family no matter what life throws your way. With our funeral plans, you can choose from tailored benefits designed to meet the needs of individuals or families with up to 5 children, starting at just 60 Rand per month for the family plan. That's why our Ultimate Funeral Plan offers a rapid payout of the cover amount within 48 hours of an approved claim. And in the event of an accidental death, we double the payout amount to provide even greater support when it's needed most. Honoring our loved ones in a place of comfort matters. Our repatriation benefit helps bring your loved ones home to rest, providing transportation to the nearest funeral parlor within South Africa. Being together is everything. To help family members attend the funeral, our transport benefit offers a 1,000 Rand cash payout, ensuring that those who matter most can be there. We understand that the little things make a big difference. That's why we provide a 2,000 Rand cash grocery payout within 48 hours of an approved claim, helping to cover those unexpected costs. Education is the foundation of a bright future. As a living benefit, our tutor service provides telephonic academic assistance to support your children's education, even when you're no longer there. Secure your family's future today. Table Charm, your family is our priority.
To me, horse riding is more than a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's the passion I feel every time I'm with my horse. It's a partnership, a shared performance, and a bond rooted in trust. It's not me, it's us. Two bodies, two souls, and a saddle that move in unison. It's an extraordinary combination, nourished by respect and sensitivity for the planet. P for prestige, constant evolution, promise for the future.
Second round track, 7, 8, and 9 BC, 10, 11, 4, 2, and 3. 7, 8, 9 BC, 10, 11, 2, 3. Your second round course. And of course, a few moments time. Any prizes on offer from outbound teams starters. I'll be expecting 6 minutes minimum.
Welcome back, viewers. We're about to kick off the 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix, sponsored by Top Bet. I've managed to hunt down Andrew Olaf. He's had a walk around this track. Andy, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Steyn.
Tell us a little bit about this track and what you thought walking around here.
Nice track, actually. I thought nice and flowing. A couple of questions. I think the treble is always going to be a test for my horse in particular. The middle element's quite square and a little bit tight for him jumping in. But otherwise, yeah, really nice and flowing.
Tell me the triple bar down to the plank. I thought I walked it maybe a little stepping. Or do you think it's going to be stepping? I think your horse got so much stride, you'll probably be fine, but it is going to be a bit of a flowing ride.
Yeah, you're coming off a bit of a short corner to the triple bar. Triple bar is wide and quite tall, so it just depends on how the horses jump it. I walked it a step long, and my horse had a really good look at the planks on Friday, so I'm going to have to show him that both sides and hold his head a little bit.
So you're really excited about the fact of floating up to the plank on a nice open ride?
No, I want a big distance in, and I can just grab his head and keep him away from the top plank.
You're a busy man. We don't get to chat to you too often, Andy. Tell us a little bit about Denton Horse Boxes. You're a great businessman, and you've managed to sort of blend your passion with your business now with Denton Horse Boxes, building a lot of horse trucks. You seem to really enjoy it.
Yeah, look, it's any business is a challenging business, and it is a passion. I enjoy it. You know, going into the factory, seeing the staff there. It's grown from a very small business to now we've got big premises and lots of staff, lots of overheads. So yeah, it's a challenge, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. We've got some exciting projects coming up next year. We're launching some trucks with pop-out signs like in Europe. So a lot of development going on because we've never done that here before. So it's a challenge, but we're enjoying the challenge.
So exciting things ahead for Denton Horse Boxes. Andy goes in at number 12 on his horse Cosmo. Going to be one of my picks as a favorite for the jump off. Andy, go well. Good luck. Viewers, we'll be back with you with this round number 1 starting at 11 o'clock. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
course, information before we do get this class underway in a few minutes' time. We've got a ring of 5:10, time allowed 82 seconds. And a reminder that just keep in mind it's 375 meters per minute. We do have scratching at 2020 of Eliano, so scratching at 25.28. So 2020 starters should all go through starters. We with them have 6 riders eligible for the second round of 6. We have more than 6 players they all return for the second round of this Gold Turk Grand Prix brought to you by Bet. After that, to close the course for inspection. So as soon as our first riders are ready, they make their way to the line. They'll only have the rider on track in the arena. No standby horse sports Grand Prix. First few combinations in a one is Mahaba and CDE Lorett followed by 2 on the Mahaba, 3 before Lorett, 3 Woody Penny Noonan, Riverboat Valkyrie, 4 Ronnie Healey, Bernie Vantles, Kalo and 5 Jacobe.
Viewers, thanks so much for joining us. Things are hotting up here at Steyn City. Up next, we've got the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour. Just had a little wander around this course, and it's definitely a step up from the last competition that we had. First up in this class, we are going to have Hanachaba. She brings in CDE Lorlock Picasso to show us around this course. I've just had a chat to Brett Weber, the course designer for this show. He said he was really chuffed with the results of the last class. He's hoping for the similar result in this. So here we go with Hanachaba and Lorlock Picasso. That's going to be a very disciplined distance. Hannah nipping inside there with her mind on the time. There's a long canter down here to number 6, which is a very big square oxa. Oh, unfortunately, just finding the back rail there. The front rail, sorry, behind. Triple bar vertical, 5 strides going the other way this time. Now triple combination vertical jumping in. Beautifully ridden, Hannah, making sure that her horse has enough room. Fantastic round, keeping it on the 4 penalties there. Time allowed 82 seconds, so well within that time. 4 penalties there for CDE Lorlock Picasso and Hanachaba. On screen now, number 2. This is Christopher van der Merwe. He brings in 334 Lerona, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud. This is an 8-year-old mare by Grand Dorado out of a warrant mare. She is unbelievably expressive and a real fireball of a mare. She suits Chris down to the ground. Beautiful riding there. The name of the game here is going to be just to keep a lid on her. Jump a good clear round, and then you can hit the afterburners in the jump off. Gosh, that was beautifully ridden. Easy as you like. Triple bar vertical for this young mare, proving no problem here this afternoon. Beautiful support. She props herself, jumping out just the last line to go. The spooky oxer. 4 to the last. And we have our first clear round. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Lorona. Clear round 69.02. Enjoying some fine form here this morning or this afternoon. Definitely going to be one of my picks for the jump off.
Two down, 20 to count.
Number 3 on track now. This is Paige Noonan. She brings in Rivervale Bonvi, 13-year-old gelding by Bono van der Kiekenhof. And definitely Paige's heart horse. Paige riding out of the Dyser stables, managed by Liam Stevens and his team. This horse's expression I love so much. He absolutely loves his job. He tries so hard to clear the fences and jumps them for absolute fun. Look at that. That's a big oxer up the hill there. Spooky. Little long. And Bonvi just locks on and keeps going. He knows his job. Paige's reins were a little long and unorganized. That didn't matter for him. He just pricks his ears and wants to get to the other side. Now she'd want to shorten her reins and get organized for this last line. Good shot. Oh, a little rub at the last, but it stays. Show jumping guards are shining down on Paige and Bonvi this morning. Clear round. He looks absolutely chuffed with himself, and so he should be. That's a fantastic effort around a really solid course here this morning. Paige Noonan definitely securing her spot in the jump off. So 2 clears so far. We will be taking top 6 or all the clears into this Grand Prix. Next on track number 4, this is Verdant Capital's Kalo O'Connor. Ronnie Healey riding for Verdant Capital. Connor, a 9-year-old gelding by Concoriano, out of my favorite Landor Esmere Loney. Ron keeping Connor really organized down to that double, now making sure he gets in front of his leg for this oxer. Oh, little rub in front and it falls behind. Well organized into the triple combination. Ron turns tight here, making sure that he's got his mind on the clock. So leaves it on the 4 faults in a time of 70.16, so slower than Hanakaba, unfortunately. Beautiful shot of Connor jumping the double there. Right, so number 6 up next. The 334 Sports Horse entry. Capital Katori, Leona van der Merwe in the saddle. Nine-year-old mare by Katoki, out of a My Lord Carthago mare. And she is an absolute tiger. Beautifully managed as always by Leona. The 334 team have been really busy this year, up and down the country. And I must say it's just been an absolute treat watching this mare develop throughout this year. She really switched on there. It almost looked like she'd noticed that that jump was slightly bigger than the one before. Beautiful 5 strides down to the Farnham plank. Expressive jump from Katori. Little rub in the middle, but it stays. 2 from home. Leona not going on the big one. Super riding. That goes into the jump off. 334 Capital Katori. Leona van der Merwe making it 3. So 334 having a strong show in this jump off so far. They have 2 of their fantastic mares in this jump off. 334 Lorona and 334 Capital Katori at this stage. Number 7 up next. This is Air Holidays Calaho Luther. Shaun West in the saddle. Shaun's riding this morning for Carenza Hunter. Very exciting day for Shaun. I think this could be one of his biggest classes to date. Shaun is a very mileage dressage rider. Now trying his hand at maybe something a little bit more fun, I'm hoping, Shaun. Luther, a 14-year-old son of Lisbon out of a Calando 1 mare. Just a fraction flat through the triple combination, but at this stage, Shaun will just be really proud of him and his horse for getting through the finish. Luther getting a little strong and full of himself at the end there. Next up, it's going to be number 8. This is Calaho Karina. Kimberly Williamson owns and rides. Kim had a fantastic round in the team event earlier this show. Electing to come off the left rein. Always a nervous time watching your pupil ride. I've just been joined back by Steyn Muchner.
Holding my breath. Kim's starting off a little bit on the quiet side. But this mare can hot up quite easily, so I think she's just trying to keep a lid on her.
Yeah, looking good so far. She's got real scope, this mare, I must say.
Top end scope.
Yeah, she really does. She found the back rail there with such ease. Good shot. Expertly timed and balanced there.
I think that word that you use now, Brendan, it's all been about the timing for Kim with this mare.
Whoa.
Sit up.
Little rub, but it stays. 2 from home. She will be good for time. This mare's quick across the ground. It's a good shot. Hold your body. Eyes up.
Oh, no!
No. Fraction flat at the last, but man, what a top effort there from Kim. Coach Steyn has got his hands on his head sitting next to me.
So close to a clear that she really deserved. How beautifully did that mare jump through the treble? Possibly just needed to give her a little bit more support at the end. I was just saying, I mean, Kim's been working so hard on her timing with that mare because she is hot and she does need a little sort of support off the ground with your hand.
Sure.
Oh,
unlucky there, but what a peach of a round. I'm sure that's good enough in Steyn's eyes as the coach.
Yeah, that gets a half half. Tessa Joseph up next, riding Big Smile Luna D for owner Stephen Flax.
I saw Stephen here earlier today. Great to see the owners come out to watch their fantastic horses jump.
And I mean, Brendan, why wouldn't you with this horse? Isn't he just a treat to watch?
Yeah, he really is. Even to look at, I must say, so beautiful. A real fantastic stamp of a horse.
I believe purchased through Johan Kakkelhoff overseas. He's stabled at Burlington Stables there in Sun Valley, Brendan.
Big ask from Tessa, and she gets the answer that she wanted.
Horses from Burlington always immaculately turned out. This
rub.
horse has made the step up to this 140 level with quite some ease, hasn't he? I mean, this is a 145 track, Brendan. Has to press up in that 5 like we thought, a little bit forward.
Hold your shoulders.
Oh, cluck at the third element there. Tessa's really riding well here today. 1 from home.
Little rub.
Little rub leaves it up. 77.90. That's another one through to the jump off.
I think she really toughed that out. The horse looked like he needed a little bit of guidance along the way. Yeah. Beautifully ridden from Tessa there.
Brendan, just quickly while we have a gap, your thoughts on this track? Because I can tell you I was in the warm-up arena now and a few of the riders had their own opinions. What did you think walking this track?
You know, I mean, again, I chatted to Brett Weber about it just briefly in between classes, and you know, I think that it's always difficult to try and say. Often if you're watching greener horses or younger horses try and learn their craft around courses like this, they can look hectic. And then you watch somebody like Ray Corber or whoever it would be just give their horses a schooling round. So I think you've got to be organized. I think the horses' schooling gets really tested in the small arena. I think the rideability gets tested a lot. And I think because of the nature of the arena, the horses have to push, which means, of course, that the scope then gets tested. So it's a real all-round test here this afternoon.
Looking to answer all those questions in a positive manner. Ray Corber brings in Kalo Katinka. Brendan, I must say, in the warm-up arena, there were lots of comments like whopper, phrases like that jump is up in the sky. Number 6 was being referred to quite often, the brick and clay brown oxer.
Yes. As enormous, because that's kind of what I thought when I saw it.
Not the smallest oxer I've seen in a 140 Grand Prix track before in my time.
Oh man, that was so well ridden. Katinka's a mare that doesn't stand over huge ground. And Ray just keeps her organized, rides the scope into her.
That Torquecraft triple bar, wide enough to drive probably a Land Cruiser through the middle, not just a small motor vehicle. And then the mother kind treble, maybe a little kinder than what we've seen.
Maybe, but what I'm thinking is of quite a tight turn there.
And
It
but
is
I
a
think
vertical
wise,
jumping in.
Brendan, I think really wise course design.
I mean,
true to the script, 73.51, another clear round. So just going back to that course design, you know, so often we see the big test being asked in the doubles and the trebles. That's
Sure.
where the course designers elect to put the fences a little bigger. And I think this has been really smart by Brett, because it can be quite disconcerting for horses having the bigger fences, especially horses moving up a level. We know
Agreed.
that's always the place where they have to push the most.
and I suppose the nature of these tours, the bronze, the silver, and the gold tours, is wanting to encourage people to go up a grade.
Absolutely.
To
It's like
test
that
yourself.
sort of halfway in between, step up.
So I think it's a real constructive system to be putting the horses in, and I feel that, you know, if as a course builder you could just have that in the back of your head, where you've set 4 or 5 really big tests, and then maybe making something that really could be difficult a fraction easier. It's by no means easier.
No.
It's for sure 140 in the middle, that Oxer. So it's not a gimme by any means, but it maybe
It's
not
not
as
the biggest
testing.
fence. It's
Yeah,
not the
absolutely.
biggest fence on the track. Number 11 up next, Regenesis vet Ladorado FG. Tamara Rueda in the saddle. Ladorado, after a bit of time out in the sport, has been slowly climbing his way up the grades again in this latter part of the show jumping season.
I must say, Tam really does have a type as well. She's obviously got Leantos, and now she's got another striking.
Just while you're mentioning type, you tell me how Ladorado or any of them fit into the same category as Leantos.
But have you seen? But just, I mean, the type that they are. This horse looks very similar to her new Kalo horse. I think she's got
Yes.
2 younger Kalo horses.
Condeso.
Yeah. So and I think interesting to see her. And I had a little chat to her in the walking the course, and said Qantas jumped beautifully in the last class, and she was thrilled of the way Qantas jumped.
I managed to speak to Gonda a little bit about Kalaho Joe Cool, Wink's Kalaho Joe Cool, and when I compared the horse
perfect.
to Qantas, Gonda said absolutely not. Joe Cool is a much better horse. She said, you know, Gonda doesn't hold back. But
Look at that.
that's obviously what she thinks of the horse.
Yeah, amazing.
When someone says that a horse is much better than a horse that's won as many Grand Prix as Qantas,
He must be a good horse. Beautiful riding there, Tam. Fantastic to see.
Equitation.
Yep, Ladorado back. There we go, and once again, just proving the strength of these and the depth of the horses and riders that are in these classes. 4 faults is no longer good enough. You have to jump a clear round to get into this jump off.
We mentioned this being a whopper, Brendan, and we're sitting on 60% clears. Just shows you the level of riding that we
unreal,
have
huh?
in South Africa at the moment and the level of horsepower. Andrew Olaf up next. He brings in number 12, Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. Had a little interview with him earlier. He mentioned some really exciting, innovative ideas they have coming through next year, Brendan. They're going to have trucks that fold out on the side like the European trucks do.
He's full of cool ideas, Andy, I must say. I
had to cut him short and tell him to go warm up because he was getting more and more excited about the horse boxes.
Well, it is a lot to be excited about, and I may be in the process of trying to acquire my own Denton horse box. We've got a whole lot of very exciting horses that need to be safely traveled around South Africa as we sort of follow the calendar from Gauteng all the way to Natal up to Limpopo and Polokwane. So definitely the Denton horse boxes. Coming
Cosmo
to good
just
use.
pitched a bit high over that Oxer. We've seen a few horses though, Brendan, have to kick out of that double. It's almost ridden a bit long. Wow, makes light work with that big Oxer at the Brick and Clay, number 6. I think, as you say, Denton horse boxes have really set the gold standard these days.
Proper. I must say, I love watching Andy ride. Like, he's so powerful in the saddle, but he's so soft all at the same time.
He has the strength of a man and the touch of a lady.
I'm not sure he'd be chuffed if he heard you say that.
I hope he listens back.
Cosmo, not always the easiest in terms of rideability, but Andrew's done a masterful job. So nice to see him counting these days. Andy, he's in years gone by, he's always just ridden off natural ability and done so well. He's stepped up his game. And that's not an easy horse, who's had a lot of success this year, not their day today, but a great season for Denton Horse Boxes, Count Cosmo. Number 13 goes next, John Bauer, riding for owner Joanne Roberts. It's Ebb and Flow, Grand Cabana Boy. A nicer horse you'd have to search far and wide to find, Brendan. I had the pleasure of riding him earlier on in the season at 1 or 2 shows. He's a winning machine, is this horse. He looks like he's a big easy-going type, but he covers the ground, he's quick against the clock, and he absolutely loves doing his job. Just don't school him on the flat.
And I suppose then you pair that up with somebody who rides as beautifully as John does.
With that natural forward feel, he's got such a easy way of going, doesn't he, John? He always sees, he never sort of compresses the horses and makes them work hard. They're always moving forward.
He is an interesting guy to chat to, just in how he structures his way with his horses. But he's a very soft person by nature, and the horses definitely sort of respond well to that. Incredibly accurate there. Looked like the horse wanted to fall a little bit to the inside, to the out, sorry, to the inside. John just keeping him straight. Yeah, absolutely.
Like you say, rides with amazing feel, and Cabana Boy, or Boy as he's more affectionately known, just really tinkles around. Nearly stayed.
I thought it was going to stay.
It nearly stayed. I was going to say, jumps in such an easy way, doesn't he, Brendan?
Oh, unlucky there, John.
Very, very unlucky rail. The lightest rub, and it fell very late. Exciting horse for John. I think that horse is going to be jumping some big Grand Prix next year.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Just the nature, as you said, the nature in which he does it. Such an easy jumper. I think with John's accuracy and the way that the horse does his job, I think it can only go from strength to strength.
I'll tell you, I had the pleasure of jumping some bigger fences at Burlington with that horse, and he definitely loves to jump bigger and bigger.
14 up next. This is Elise Kutsia, and she brings in the fabulous Assegai Cantalara.
From one horse sold by Team Ebb and Flow in Port Elizabeth to another horse that Anthony Kay found and sold on. Shows you the quality that he does sell. And
if you remember, George Auroric had a fantastic horse, Eagles Cognac. This is the full brother.
Brendan, I do believe that congratulations are in order.
Oh no,
Elise.
What did I do wrong? Oh, okay.
No, for Elise. You did nothing wrong, but I believe that there's another baby on the way.
Oh really? Amazing.
Ray was saying this horse has just got back up and running, and now Elise is pregnant again.
That must have been a tough decision, because I know how much she loves this horse, and as you mentioned, him getting back up to his full potential here. Just another horse that seems to just love his job. He's so game. Looks like he wants to get to the back rail all the time. I'm sure, though, that as Elise does her foaling duties, she will be handing the reins over to Ray. Ray did have a hand in producing this horse when she went off and had her first baby, so I'm sure that will be the plan. Super round there. Unfortunate 4 penalties along the way, the middle of the treble. Unfortunately, not going to be good enough today, as only a clear is good enough. Six clears so far. 13 horses have started. 9 horses left to come. Kayla Gertenbach, first of those 9. She brings in number 15. This is Capital Hope. This horse just keeping really under wraps with Kayla's organized way, short reins, bouncy canter, just allows the horses to spring off that.
Brendan, am I right in saying that this would be one of Capital Hope's biggest tests to date?
I think so, you know.
I think only recently
you're
this
right,
year having
you're right.
stepped up
No,
to the
you're right.
140,
You
so
are
a big
right.
145
And
Grand Prix
yeah.
like this is a lot.
In a square arena, this is a real test of horses and riders' abilities.
And as I say that, just the 2 145 fences to go down.
As we see a great slow-mo shot of Kayla jumping beautifully through the treble. 16 up next. This is Kalo Talana. Shaun Corber in the saddle.
I think you've said the same. One of my favorite horses is Talana. She was my pick that year on the auction.
Oh, she's fantastic, I must say. She's got the pedigree and she's got the stature and just the heart that really wants to do it.
By Tulano, out of that great Argentinas mare that Kalo has. Sure.
Good jump there, Shaun, just electing to go around to try and
I think
recover a little ground speed.
And I think they have the space and the time to go around, Brendan, from what I've seen
agree.
with the time
I agree.
allowed.
I agree,
think
especially
that's
a mare of
very
this
wise.
nature.
I think that's a very wise move on Shaun's part. Wow, she's a jumper. Shaun's body control is amazing because the horse goes almost vertical behind over the fences. Really has to hold her body up, does Shaun?
Yeah, that back end must be a little unbalancing if you're not tight in your core.
Whoa. Ooh. Here, Ray, just giving some advice from the sidelines. Oh, chin up
Good
over the
body
last.
position over the last.
75-1-0. Look at that, Brendan. Still 4 seconds inside that time allowed. So going around there to the double. Good call on Shaun's behalf.
So in 4th place, we've got Kalo Katinka, and in 5th place, we've got Kalo Talana. One piloted by Mr. Corber and other piloted by Mrs. Corber.
And in 2nd place, we have 334 Lorona. And in 3rd place, we have 334 Capital Katori.
Isn't that
One
amazing?
piloted by Mr. van der Merwe and one piloted by Mrs. van der Merwe.
It's the battle of the spouses and the marriages here in this jump off this afternoon. Exciting times.
Those two families, very good friends, both heavily involved these days with the 334 stud. So some good friendly rivalry amongst the two.
Absolutely. 334 having a really strong showing in this class. 17 up next. This is 334 Epimind. Kaylee Pissarro in the saddle for the 334 Sport Horse stud.
Who had her birthday 2 days ago, Kaylee.
Happy birthday, Kay.
Turned 26, Brendan.
26 years young. It was a long time ago that I was 26. I'm really keen to see what foals this mare is going to be producing. I think it's
If
going
they're not out and out Grand Prix jumpers, I'll eat my hat.
Yeah, agreed. She's
been a superstar in the sport. I know has battled with a few injuries here and there. But wow, bigger Scopia horse that loves doing her job.
And you can just imagine putting this the sort of stature of this mare onto some of those modern stallions that 334 has imported. I'm going to be sticking around to see, that's for sure.
I think Kaylee does an amazing job with this mare, and it speaks to the mare's talent and her ability to jump when you can have such a petite young lady riding such a big scopy mare.
Oh, she did well there to get her body out the way.
Clears the last. Unfortunately, the 4 faults early on. But a lovely round, and what a way for that mare to finish her 2024 show jumping season.
Absolutely. Big pats there from Healey as she's finished.
From one class act to another. Yellow S up next at number 18 with Dominique Alexander riding for owners Dominique Alexander and Gonda Beatrix. Yellow had an injury earlier on this season, had a little bit of time out of the ring. So busy getting back up to full fitness. Looked an absolute picture at Maxwell's Equestrian Centre.
Hackamore combination?
I think that's just to disguise Dominique's lack of ability to school a horse. Jokes aside, I mean, he's a South African dressage champion as Dominique. His horses all go such a classical, well-schooled way. And I think he's just enjoyed so much success this season with the Hackamore combination bits and Hackamores that we've seen in Collier and Soklisi as well.
Horse very disciplined down that. Dominique really asked him to step up to the Talkcraft triple bar. Now the triple combination.
If there was a video in the textbook for how to ride a treble combination, they would use that.
And the up jump at the last leaves it up. Dominique Alexander making it 8 clear rounds with 5 horses left to come in this, the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour. It's going to be a real quick jump off. Tamra Wader, Jean Corber, Ray Corber, Dominique Alexander, Leona van der Merwe, Chris van der Merwe, and Paige Noonan.
Paige Noonan. You said her name with a little bit of a hint there. She's quick.
She is quick. She's going to have to really vint it today, though.
Young Ashley Taylor rides next. She rides Hope van Oorsorg at number 19 for Farnham Stables. We saw her in the 135 section of the team event the other day, Brendan. And you mentioned that Barry had the horse teed up for this Gold Tour Grand Prix, sponsored by Top Bet here today. Let's see if they can get it to go true to script.
6, 7, 8 down there. Oh, fraction deep there, unfortunately. Ash having to use her voice a little to encourage Hope to jump out. Beautiful shape over the triple bar. Thankfully clearing her Farnham plank.
Hasn't it been amazing to watch Ash grow this year, Brendan, into the rider that she's become?
Yeah, absolutely. Really, she has matured so much. I'm just in awe at, and proof at how successful Barry's system is. It just keeps on turning out riders one after the next after the next.
So he has one horse in the jump off already. Chris van der Merwe returns, this time on 334 Bacure for the 334 Sports Horse Stud at number 20.
Bacure, an 8-year-old stallion by Bransau out of a Cassini mare.
This horse looked an absolute picture earlier on in the week in this new Hackamore combination bit, Brendan. The horse jumped fantastically. Looked next level. He's really upped his game this year. We were just speaking about it the other day, how these young stallions have come on so significantly in the last 2 seasons.
Absolutely. It just proves what a professional horseman Chris is. He's always trying to work out exactly what's going to make these fantastic horses even better than what they are. We want them to be comfortable in their jobs.
So often with Chris, Brendan, you'll see him give an absolute spectacle on one of these stallions, come out and give you 7 things that he thought he could improve on when the horse has just gone clear around a Grand Prix at 7 years old.
Look, I think that's just, again, Chris is hard on himself because he knows what the sport demands as far as perfection and precision goes.
We saw him having to give a little squeeze out that double, Brendan. Not the first horse that's had to really push to get out of there. I think it obviously rides a little longer than what we thought when we walked it.
Good shot there, wow. Easy as you like down there.
Just gives such a beautiful picture as well, doesn't this horse over the fence?
I think just it's created from the support that Christopher's got from his hands. The horses are always so balanced. Come on, let's make it 2 from 2. Steyn, you called it.
2 from 2, Chris van der Merwe. Brendan, we were at a nappy party yesterday afternoon. Let me tell you, Chris van der Merwe at about 5:30 was already keen on going home. He was going to take today seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wanted to mean business here today, and with 2 from 2 in the Gold Tour Top Bet Grand Prix, he's got 2 very good chances with those horses at getting himself onto the podium.
I think that's the best I've seen that stallion jump, to be honest with you. I missed him at the beginning of the week. Just
He
in
looked
that
unreal.
Hackable combination, he just looks happy. He looks like he can use his body to sort of its ultimate effect almost. So it's a job well done there from Chris van der Merwe. I'm excited to see how the jump off's going to play out. 21 up next with 3 horses left in this class. This is Othello van Hay and Kaiserhof, Amy Hay in the saddle.
Another flashy chestnut, originally purchased by Joanne Roberts with Michelle van Eck.
Beautifully bred 10 year, it's a 10-year-old stallion by Harley VDL out of a For Pleasure mare. So interesting pedigree there.
The For Pleasures have proven to be such amazing jumpers. Amy riding out of the CC equestrian setup. Charlie Crockett's team. Again, another rider electing to go around here to the double, which I think is wise when you see that you have got enough time.
And definitely a horse like this that you'd like to sort of settle down before the jumps rather than fizz him up too much. But jump he has in bucket loads, that is for sure.
Amazing body control by Amy.
I'm not wanting to say too much, but she does look like her control is definitely improving.
I was going to say, does the horse not look more settled, more rideable?
Yeah, much. That said, Amy's obviously learning him more. She's becoming more accustomed to these bigger classes. Excellent body control down that last line. A soft fence. She was almost through the finish, man. Oh, she didn't deserve that.
What a lovely round. That's again, we mentioned the best that we've seen for pure jump. I think that could be the best I've ever seen Othello jump.
Couldn't agree with you more. I really couldn't agree with you more. I thought that horse looked level. Amy looked like she had ultimate control. She really looked like she could help the horse improve his jump and improve his body and that type of thing. So, Amy and Charlie, whatever you guys are doing, you're on the right track for sure. I'll be watching that combination next year.
Another exciting partnership. Number 22 up next, Pippa Daxmar with Thomas van Rijkenvorsel riding for Hetty Potgieter.
Sounds like this is going to be the last horse in the class. Pretty Woman and Shaun are not going to be jumping today. This horse owned by Thomas's Grand. Fantastic to see her here today. Thomas has a unbelievably tight family unit.
And the whole family is here today in full support. And lovely to see.
Full support.
Pippa goes in almost a polo gag, a big ring gag like that, big ring rope gag like that, Brendan. I've seen a few of the Celarhof riders riding in those rope gags. They've obviously found that they've had some success with that. James Lowe had Nordic Z as well in one.
Also looked like it was sort of doing its job, definitely.
They are fantastic bits. I used to ride Lord Jack in one. He won enough.
This is a 9-year-old mare by Tangelo van der Zurtehoever out of a Wandor van der Mispelaar mare. Jack did win plenty.
Watching this horse, I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't jump their first World Cup early on next season. Just looking so ready.
Yeah, you know, I think...
Am I right in saying the horse has only been in the country for a little bit over a year, Brendan?
Yeah, agreed. No, for sure. And Thomas just wasting no time through the sweeps there, having a good jump. He won a good body position here. Leaves it up. True to form, he's had an outstanding weekend so far. Viewers, stick around to watch this jump off. This class is by no means done. Clear round for Thomas van Reykevorsel and Pippa de Axmar. Makes it 10, clears 47% in this, the top bet 140 gold Grand Prix Tour. Steyn, what a first round.
10 horses coming back for the jump off to fight it out for 8 prizes. Brendan, we're in for quite a treat. I think we're going to just settle out that riding order for the second round, figure out the jump off for this track. And viewers, we'll be back with you shortly with all the action from the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour.
It is a well-researched fact that a mare contributes 60 to 70% of the attributes of the foal. It has also been noted that it takes generations of breeding to exceptional, proven stallions to breed a Grand Prix horse if one starts with an average mare. Therefore, at 334, we breed from an unrivaled group of selected performance-tested mares that have competed at Grand Prix and World Cup level. Our minimum criteria is that a mare must have at least been successful at 1.40 m level. By doing so, we significantly improve our chances of producing a horse of at least the quality of the dam. We improve our chances of producing a sound horse, as the dam needed to be sound to compete at the highest level. And lastly, we have the luxury of mating the mare with a stallion that complements her conformation and her performance traits, which would have been impossible had we not seen the mare compete. By meticulous attention to detail of the breeding, growth and development of our future champions, under the watchful eye of our world-class team, I am sure we can provide you with a horse to fulfill your show jumping dreams and aspirations.
At approximately 12:30. If you're wondering what your 100 rand ticket could earn you, well, there's a first place prize for weekend away at Warrington, the value of 40,000 rand. Second place prize, the value of 16,000 rand. A 2-night stay for 4 people at the newly opened Steyn City Hotel. Third prize, a Jeep apparel voucher for the value of 5,000 rand. Or our fourth place prize winner, a 1-ounce silver through the Rand Crockett Zumba Gold. Or fifth place, a Milmac helmet for the value of 500 rand. You have to be in it to win it, and you have to be here to receive that prize. So, you make sure that you buy your tickets. You must do so within the next 40 minutes, because we'll be doing that prize draw at about 12:30.
Welcome back, viewers. And just while we're busy getting this jump off track ready for the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour, quick moment to just run through a list of our sponsors that we're so grateful to have on board here at Steyn City: the CMH Group, Jeep, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, Zumba, Country Life, Top Bet, the sponsors of this class, Crossover, Table Charm, 334 Live Streaming, Farnham, Back on Track, and Western Shop. Thank you so much to those sponsors for jumping on board. We do have an official running order in for this jump-off class. First in to go, it will be Big Smile, Luna D. Second, Regenesis Vet, Lidorado FG. Third, Kalaho Talana. Fourth, 334 Bacure. Fifth, Kalaho Katinka. Number 6 will be Yellow S. 7, 334 Katori, Capital Katori. 8, Pippa Daxmar. 9, 334 Lorona. And 10, Rivervale Bon V, coming in as our quickest clear in the first round. Brendan,
come on, pick your podium.
334 with 3 bites at the cherry there. Kalaho with 2. It's going to be interesting to see. Who would your money be on, Brendan?
I think I'm going to stick with the boys here. The boys have had a strong showing the whole weekend, so let's go in no particular order.
You're going to take my top 3 straight out of my mouth. I can see it. You're going to say Thomas van Rykenvorsel, Chris van der Merwe with 2 chances, and Ray Corber, who is on scintillating form at the moment.
Look, I also get proved wrong every single day in the sport, so I'm hoping that the girls can prove us wrong here, but look, we definitely have got prime seats to be watching this this fantastic jump off. I've had a little look at the jump off. It looks really interesting. I think again, a few big tests from our course designer Brett Weber. It looks like there's a big inside turn to number 4 on the angle. It's going to be very exciting to see how it all pays out.
Just running through that jump off, Brendan. So they start off left rein to the triple bar at number 7, 5 strides down to 8. I don't think they'll have I don't think you can drop a stride there.
No,
I don't think you'll get down on 4. Then they make a left turn, inside turn, hopefully, to 9 BC.
Definitely inside
turn. As tight as they can right back to that Jeep Oxer at number 10. Again, I don't think they can drop a stride down to 11. And then a right turn.
Are they going inside or around the double? I mean, sorry, the Oxer there.
That Oxer now at number 4. And then a left turn, the Steyn City Oxer. And for sure, I think the 7 strides is on there. A big galloping 7.
I think when you've
number
got
3 there, the crossover jump right in front of the crowd. It's going to be an exciting finish. I think it's going to be a fast jump off this.
Again, I think all attributes are getting tested here. I think you're going to need a horse that's quick, that can turn, that has real scope.
Mentioned some of our lady riders in this class that have been on amazing form. I don't know that you can count Paige Noonan out. She was the fastest clear in the first round. She'll be looking to throw down a big result here today. And then 334 Capital Katori with Leona van der Merwe. They've won some of the fastest classes this year that I've ever seen.
I mean, it was quite cheeky of us to leave a few of these ladies out of this podium, because they've pretty much all been on the podium at specific times this year. So
all been at the top of the podium. Yep. So it's going to be an interesting one. Viewers, we're just going to let our riders finish warming up. Just a few moments before we kick off the jump off of the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour. There we have it. Tessa Joseph making her way into the arena. She brings in Stephen Flax's Big Smile Lunady.
So 10 riders riding for 8 prizes.
I would say that a slow clear might not be good enough here today. I think there are going to be 2 riders that miss out on prizes. They're going to have to put their foot down here. Let's see what Tessa can show us in at number 1.
What a jump over number 1.
Unbelievable, and maneuvering.
She's gone inside. She's riding so confidently, Brendan.
I think this is what quality horses can do. The old saying, good horses make good riders. Oh, a little rub, but it stays. She moves on around.
It's quite a big oxer to be turning inside too. I think we're not going to see many horses go inside there.
The angle could be a little wrong, to be honest with you.
I think we might see it though, Brendan. Just this last line to go. Is she going to commit on the 7? Big shot there at the Steyn City. Jumps right. 8 to the last. Leaves it up.
Fantastic
Clear round.
double clear there for Tessa in a 145 Grand Prix. I think she will be absolutely over the moon.
Time of 50.69. I think they may be able to go quicker, but she has cemented herself a place here as a double clear, which I'm pretty sure might be good enough for a ticket today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leaving the fences all up.
Sponsored by Big Smile. I'm sure Tessa's going to have a big smile on her face after that round. Fantastic horse.
What's your favorite saying? If she didn't have 2 ears, that smile would wrap right the way around her head, and I think it definitely would. Tam Rueda goes next on Regenesis Vet's Lidorado FG. Lovely to see this playful young guy back in the ring.
Oh, he's looking well these days. Whoops, come on.
Looking very well.
Tam's winding up here.
Cutting it very fine with her time
Oh,
allowed
she
before
was.
she starts.
Only just. Anyway, she's good to go.
Perfectly judged. Talk about strength in their core and body position. Tam has both of those in abundance.
This horse looking fantastic in his body this afternoon.
Also electing to go around. I wonder if we will see someone go inside there to 4.
Either that or it's going to be a flat foot race all the way around.
Her ground speed's been good. Again, another option here. See if someone will go down in the 7. 5, 6, 7.
All day.
Easy as you like. 48.15 goes into the lead early on in the jump off here with another lovely clear round. Tam Rueda and Regenesis Vet Lidorado FG.
I mean, 2 little schooling rounds around 145. That was for sure good enough.
Those 2 ladies have been on the mark so far. Another lady looking to do more of the same. Jean Corber up next. On Kalo Talana, number 16 from the first round.
Almost the first of our real speedy ones.
I think so. I think so. This will be our first rider really putting her foot down.
Shame, almost looked like...
Horse almost got a bit excited
Yeah.
going to number 1.
Agreed. I think a triple bar is such a inviting jump to have at the beginning of a jump off because you can really try and get your pace up and run the horses at it. Unfortunately though, if they get too enthusiastic, the rhythm doesn't work for us and often puts us in a difficult position to clear the jumps.
Good shot there at that oxer. Seven to the last, 48.57, so a quick 4 falter. Unfortunately, the 4 faults puts her into 3rd at the moment with 3 having started, 7 still to go. Chris van der Merwe with his first in the jump off up next, 334 Bakure, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Said he looked like a man on a mission here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Christopher knows all about Championship Day. Takes things very, very seriously.
See what this lovely young stallion has to offer here today.
Chris already picking up a tempo. He wants to roll his horse to this. Good shot.
It's quite a forward distance to be starting off with in a jump off.
Sure. You need natural scope and speed.
He's quick there, turning back to the double.
Horse backed up exceptionally in the double there.
And tight back here to the Jeep. Good shot. Come on, Chris. Moves around here to the Oxer. Perhaps that angle a little bit more intense than what we can see from where we are, Brendan.
Oh, too deep, unfortunately. Not really the distance he was after on that turn.
Horse putting in a massive
Easy
effort
7.
at the Steyn City. Waits on the 7 down to the last. Look at the time, Brendan.
Oh,
44
man, unlucky.
07. What a treat to watch. That horse.
Definitely, yeah, for sure that horse is looking more comfortable these days. Jumped absolutely out of his skin there. Just maybe a fraction green at this height and at this pace.
So he's shown us what times can be set. 44.07. Will we see that and clear? Looking to do just that up next. Rainer Corber, winner of our previous class. This time brings in Kalo Katinka. Katinka, a speedy mare.
Maybe not, doesn't have the hugest stride, but for sure makes up for that with rev.
But Brendan, what it looks like with this jump off, it's going to be about ground speed and going around.
Yeah,
because those
for
inside
sure.
turns are maybe just too much. So I think it would suit. I think it would suit this mare. Let me tell you, I've said it before. When you have a little rub and it stays up, I always feel like that's when the gods are on your side and you have a lucky day.
You got
to move up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Throw caution to the wind and crack on.
Good shot, Ray. Beautiful 4 strides there.
See him put his foot down as he lands. Moving around. Good shot.
Oh, this is quick.
This time is quick.
Is he going to do a 7?
1, 2, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, exceptional riding.
42.19. We said he's on form. He won the last class. Puts down another magnificent jump off time. 42.19. Some 6 seconds ahead of the next closest clear of Tamara Rueda and Regenesis Vetla Dorado FG. And in 3rd place at the moment, Big Smile, Luna D and Tessa Joseph.
I was chatting to him in the interview when he won the last class, and just I think that he always wins the classes through the sweeps. He just never takes a pull. He's always going forward to the jump, and I don't know.
That's exactly what we said on the way to the Steyn City. Not a pull in sight, just kept coming. Each stride kept coming forward. Brendan, you also said he's riding with so much confidence, speaking with so much confidence at the moment.
Absolutely. Does really seem like a man on a mission.
Dominic Alexander on track now. Yellow S for Dominic Alexander and Gonda Beatrix. Lovely to see this talent back in the ring.
Dom's moving.
And he's tight.
Good space there. Raise time, 42.19.
They both, he landed around about 32. And Domini's done the same there at the back of number 4.
These are going to be very similar times.
I think Dom might be fractionally off the pace. 7 to the last, leaves it up. 44.24, good enough for 2nd place. Times are getting quick here today.
Super round from that horse.
And like we said, just lovely to see the horse back up fit and fighting at this level of the sport. I think Domini's set him up beautifully for a big season next year in 2025.
Right. Let's see what this round has to offer.
We said she would be quick. Leona van der Merwe up next, riding for the 334 Sport Tour stud. 334 Capital Katori. She's won some of the fastest classes that we've seen this year.
Shame, it almost looked like the mare lost her balance a little on takeoff. As she tried to prop and push, she lost her balance.
I think for a smaller horse like this, Brendan, that 5 strides, 1 to 2 in the jump off is quite a big distance.
You did say that it was a big ask right early in the course. You know, in the first round it was 7 to 8. The horses are rolling by then. Now they're coming cold to that triple bar.
Lands at 33, so she's there and thereabouts for a 45-second finish. Comes home 4 faults in a time of 47.19. Good enough to go into 6th place at the moment, with just 3 left to go. Saw young Thomas van Rykevorsel's grandfather walking past us here earlier, looking rather nervous, Brendan. I think they get as worked up for these classes as Thomas does. I'd venture to say even more worked up than Thomas does.
It's a real family affair.
And with such an exciting horse, you can see just wow. Pippa de Axmar up next, hunting down that time of Rainer Corber's 42.19.
I just saw Thomas practicing.
Reversing a little inside turn there.
If he's going to go inside that Country Life banner to the Steyn City, maybe he's thinking that's going to be quicker and then go down on 8.
If he can go inside and do 7, I'm going to take my hat off.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even physically possible, but let's see.
I don't know, he looks like he means business here. He's rehearsed everything he wants to do. He sets off on his way to this triple bar, the Talk Craft triple bar at number 1 in the jump off. Has to steady on the 5, Brendan, to the blank. So this horse has step.
Oh, no way.
Big ride into the double, not paying off. He's going to keep his foot down, though.
Isn't it incredible that that's the distance that Thomas picks? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. He's got so much trust in himself and in his horses. Not going to be his day on the podium today, but for sure, you mentioned a World Cup for next year.
And I mean, I would think he took his foot off the gas a little bit after that rail. He still came home.
And sort of 43
in a very,
seconds.
We're just waiting for them to confirm that time.
How was that? He would have definitely had Ray beat if he'd
left that up. I think but the name of the game, you got to leave them up. Sorry, folks, we're just waiting for the timing equipment to update our times here.
So 2 left to jump in this, the Top Bet 140 Gold Grand Prix Tour. We've got 334 Lorona and Chris van der Merwe, and Rivervale Bonvie and Paige Noonan.
Am I allowed to say she's still my favorite, Lorona?
Yeah, absolutely.
She is an absolute freak and knows how to go quick against the clock.
And would almost not have to go too fast here. I think she's this type of course would suit her because she eats up the ground.
And
so
lands
easy.
running,
yeah.
And lands going every time. See how they get on here. He knows he doesn't just have to beat Ray, he also has to put down a time that young Paige Noonan won't be able to catch.
Absolutely. But he's off at the gallop.
Balancing on the 5 to the plank, lands running.
It's a good shot. Whoa now. Oh no. A little flat there.
Again, that slightly forward ride to the double not paying off.
So luckily we're not betting men.
We were talking about horses landing at 32 seconds at the back of that oxer. Brendan, he's landed at 29.
Isn't that amazing? She just is so naturally quick, this mare.
5, 6, 7 to the last. Leaves it up. 42.27. Would have been good enough to go into 2nd place, and I would imagine he took his foot off the gas a little after the rail.
Yeah, absolutely.
She is quick, that mare. Very, very, very exciting season in 2025 up ahead of her.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one person left to upset Ray. As we mentioned, Ray getting really used to the top podium. Dominique Alexander sitting in 2nd place.
Paige just giving Bonvie a little kiss on the neck before she starts. Incredible to see how much she loves these horses. Coach Liam Stevens looking anxiously on. See what Paige can do here today.
Come on, Paige.
42.19 is the time to beat. Leaves it up. I saw that same jump in the warm-up, Brendan.
Come on, Bonvi. Go, boy.
She's so naturally quick.
It's a good shot. Keep. Oh, no.
3, 4. Come on, she's
Paige.
moving. She's moving. She's got to try land under 40, under 32 here.
And go.
Oh, she's 31 seconds, Brendan.
She's nipped inside. She's the only
She'll
one
get
to have gone inside.
8 to
She's
the last.
left it up. She's got 1 to go.
6, 7,
Come
8.
on, Bonvi.
Oh,
no.
heartbreak at the last. 42.81
Would have been good enough.
Good enough for second place.
Oh, what a valiant effort from Paige. What a fantastic partner she has in Rivervale, Bonvi.
So this
Gave his
class
all.
coming down to the very last rider, the very last jump. But again, Raina Corber taking top honors for the second time here today.
Definitely
TJ
riding, yeah, wave of form, incredible, huh?
Absolutely magnificent wave of form that he's riding. Seems unbeatable at the moment.
I definitely got the feeling when I chatted to him in our last interview that he had a different aura around him. He seemed very relaxed. He seemed very confident. He seemed full of self-confidence and not in an arrogant way at all. You know, just in a calm way. And I must say I'm very, very happy for him. He rode absolutely exceptionally the whole weekend, and obviously today definitely good enough for top of the pops.
So viewers, I think we're going to take a short break while they just tally up those final results. We'll have the prize giving for you of this Top Bet 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix up next.
It is a well-researched fact that a mare contributes 60 to 70% of the attributes of the foal. It has also been noted that it takes generations of breeding to exceptional, proven stallions to breed a Grand Prix horse if one starts with an average mare. Therefore, at 334, we breed from an unrivaled group of selected performance-tested mares that have competed at Grand Prix and World Cup level. Our minimum criteria is that a mare must have at least been successful at 1.40 m level. By doing so, we significantly improve our chances of producing a horse of at least the quality of the dam. We improve our chances of producing a sound horse, as the dam needed to be sound to compete at the highest level. And lastly, we have the luxury of mating the mare with a stallion that complements her conformation and her performance traits, which would have been impossible had we not seen the mare compete. By meticulous attention to detail of the breeding, growth and development of our future champions, under the watchful eye of our world-class team, I am sure we can provide you with a horse to fulfill your show jumping dreams and aspirations.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
There we have it, our riders making their way in for this prize giving. Lovely Top Bet day sheet sponsored by Top Bet for this class. 2 from 2, Brendan.
2 from 2, riding an unbelievable wave of form.
And he has a very good shot at the big one today as well with 334 Mr. Twister 5. Does Ray Corber. Wouldn't it be phenomenal if he made it 3 from 3?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that must come pretty close to
it must
history.
It must be flirting with the back of his mind there.
Got to. Godu. And I must say, the way Mr. Twister's been looking under Ray has been exceptional. It just seems to be getting better and better. I missed him at Maxwell's. I was on a little holiday, but from what I've seen so far, it's been exceptional to watch. And yeah, just Ray is a top jockey on a bad day, and you must know when he's full of confidence and self-belief, he's going to be difficult to beat.
See Betty going up to congratulate Ray and Katinka. Katinka looking quite proud of herself.
She was a bit worried about that blanket that was clamped up her bum. She'd got her tail quite tight up her bum. I'm going to watch her canter off there and see what she does. Ray better hold on.
Dominic Alexander and Yella S, second place today. Lovely to see that combination back in the ring together. Third place, Tam Rueda, another horse back in the ring after a little break.
And actually a fantastic result for Ladorado. For me, he jumped exceptionally. He deserved to be on the podium today.
Tessa Joseph.
One off the podium today.
One off the podium.
Yeah?
Our last double clear in the class. Big classy effort by that horse today. Chris van der Merwe and 334 Lorona in 5th place. They had a speedy four-fault effort.
Just look at the times there. 5th, 6th and 7th are all 42.
All 42 seconds.
42.27, 42.58, 42.81. They were trying to catch Ray.
Just 0.6 of a second separating those three riders. And in 6th place, Pippa de Axmar with Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. We've said it so many times before, risk and reward.
I was going to just say that I know we're not done with this show yet, but I think a mention must go to Brett Weber. I think the championship classes today have been absolutely scintillating. I've been on the edge of my seat. I hope everybody at home has been on the edge of their seat. It's been his job, and he's definitely answered the call.
I think the jump-offs that he's set have been proper spectacles. They've been exciting for the crowd. Lovely to watch, made for fast show jumping. As we see our three riders making their way onto the podium. Ray, for the second time today here, takes top honors. It's a big smile from him. Sporting a fancy watch, Brendan, as his prize there. I think Brendan's going to make his way down to the arena to hopefully catch Ray before he has to get onto his next horse for the big one, the 150 Grand Prix, later this afternoon at 1 o'clock, sponsored by Jeep. Our riders are going to remount their horses. And then we're going to take a moment to acknowledge the men behind the scenes, our grooms. The men that make it all happen. Our horses' best friends. Great to see Ray's groom there taking pole position. Knowledge from Celarhof for Domini there in second. And Shadrach, Tam Rueda's groom, in third. Fantastic that they get acknowledged and they get their prizes too here today.
Very well done to you, gentlemen.
Being congratulated there by Betsy Goos.
So as soon as all the final photos have been taken and everybody on foot is safely out of the way.
Another fantastic jump off here today. I hope our viewers enjoyed it as much as we did. Brendan's just busy making his way down to the arena to go interview Rainer Corber again, as we see pictures of him making his way off on a lap of honor. Viewers, don't go too far. We've got that interview for you shortly. And then at 1 o'clock, we will kick off with the 150 Jeep-sponsored Grand Prix here at Steyn City. We have 18 horses in that class. The action's only just hotting up. We'll see you shortly.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
mind.
Check this out.
Guys, I'm back down in the arena, and guess who it is? Once again, it's Mr. Ray Corber making a habit of winning here today at Steyn City. Ray, it was incredible to watch. She's a special mare, Kalo. Just tell me a little bit about the journey that you guys have walked together.
Yeah, I love it to bits. Craig Rankin, my owner, we bought her together about 5 years ago off the Kalo auction. She was bought for me to produce, and this is certainly her biggest win so far, 145. She's got a heart of gold and very careful. She finds scope through a bit of cantering around. She can't turn too sharp, so if there's a bit of a gallop, then it's on, you know.
Okay, interesting that you say that. So you'd rather sort of gallop her, and that's how you feel that she gets more scope?
Yes, definitely. She needs a little bit of canter. Like a turn sharp, maybe into a vertical, a turn back or so, but oxes or so, like to the Shamwari, I opted to go around, which I think most people did. Yes. But compared to like the previous class, that would have been tight for her, so this actually suited her very well.
Absolutely. Wow, you have been on incredible form, so congratulations for your last 2 rounds, but job not done yet. You've got one more round here on a fantastic horse. He's been feeling good. Everything sets up?
Yeah, all good. He's been calm so far the show, so if he's calm again today, then hopefully we can have a nice round or 2 again. And I just want to say thanks to Craig Rankin, the owner of Katunka. He's been backing me for a long time, and probably the client that's been with me for the longest. I've known the guy for 20 years, and what a bloke, eh? Fantastic. Thank you, Craig.
Amazing to have owners like that. So to Craig, congratulations for your horse's biggest win. Ray, again, you're amazing to watch. I know the crowd was on their feet. I've taken up enough of your time. Please go and get ready for Twister. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, people called me Mr.
Kentari is the head boy in my stallion barn. The way he presents himself, his mannerism, as well as the talent that he shows in the arena. Kentari is a very well-defined stallion. He's a specimen to look at. He's a very good breeding stallion in the progeny that he already has in the ground. He shows immense care, technique, and then he oozes with scope as well. There's nothing to fault in this beautiful stallion, and to me he's the cover boy of our stallion group. What defines Brandon is his character. His character is a fighter, his willingness to please, and then he has the talent on top of that. He's got his care, scope, and the ability to achieve anything in this world. His character defines who he is, and I'm sure that will go forward until his foal's over. In my opinion, Balabetto is a definition of a breeding stallion. Every morning he walks out the barn and he neighs and notifies the whole yard that he is out and he is there. His presence is felt in the arena, in the yard, and everywhere he goes. He lets everyone know who he is and what he is. And he shows his talents in the arena with his care, his technique, and most of all his scope. His presence is also felt and seen in his foals, what he is given through we are very excited about who he is and what he's going to be breeding. And as I said, in my opinion, he is the definition of a breeding stallion. The Queer is very intelligent and he has a strong mind. This has been very helpful in the training. He's always been a horse that's grasped everything really well and understands the work that he has to do. His confidence in himself, I'm sure, will also show in his progeny, and also we can see what it does in the ring.
I'm in la 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 la, freaking out 'cause I can't get enough. Would you stay then, keep playing right by my side, so I can hold you, you can hold me all night. I had to hit the road for more than 1,000,000 miles, more than 1,000,000 times, just to find you. Yeah, I was chasing highs and more than 1,000,000 nights, more than 1,000,000 times, but you've just turned me inside out. Inside out. Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
And of course, it takes a lot of people to make shows like this happen. Today, we'd like to give thanks to several of those behind the scenes responsible for the shows that we love so much throughout the course of the year. And that is our officials here at this final Steyn City event. We've got a lot of officials gathered here in the arena. We'd like to thank each and every one of them. And we've got a little something special to give them as a word of thanks. Our judges at this show, we have Mrs. Judith McLeod, Mrs. Barbara Lovell, and Mrs. Marilyn Coase. On our stewarding team, we have Mrs. Judith Boyer, Miranda Oliver, and I'm terrible at remembering names today, Catherine Ropt, our stewarding team, making sure that horse welfare is looked after in the Warren Arena. And then, of course, elsewhere on the officials team, Michaela Thonga, the timekeeper, making sure that everything is timed right down to a team, making sure the results are right.
Colin, our gate marshal, and of course our course builder, Lorett. He's been doing a wonderful job, so thank you very much, Lorett, Webb, for all your efforts laying out these tracks for all our riders throughout the course of the weekend.
Enjoy.
We know sometimes the riders don't like us officials, we do try and enforce the rules, but really we love the sport, we wouldn't do it if we didn't love it. We love watching everybody succeed. And we often spend many hours behind the scenes looking after everything, so to each and every one of our officials that make these shows possible, thank you to each and every one of you. Also looking for Muir and Cobb down to the arena, please. Muir and Cobb down to the arena. Of course, it's more than just the officials that makes a show like this tick. It's also maintaining all of our various jumps, and Muir and Khaki is always on hand to make sure that everything is looked after and everything is in tip-top condition. Every single one of these jumps maintained by Muir, his team looking after the arena on a regular basis. And of course our show director and show secretary, Rita and Betsy. These two ladies are up early, they are up late, they are making sure that whatever your changes are needed, they accommodate absolutely everything. So ladies and gents, let's put our hands together for all our show officials and our fearless show director, show organizers, Rita and Betsy, to thank them for all of their hard work throughout the course of the year here at Steyn City.
We of course have our raffle draw as well throughout the course of the weekend. We've been asking you to purchase your raffle tickets. Wonderful prizes up for grabs. All you have to do is pay your £100 and be here to collect your prize. 5 wonderful prizes. So we'll be drawing 5 numbers from the hat. One of these people, the first one to be drawn, will win a £40,000 weekend away hat January. We've got a 2-night, 4-person Steyn City newly opened hotel. How about £5,000 wild silver Corand from Silver Gold and a Milner Campus value of £500 to give away. We'll be drawing our lucky numbers in just a few moments' time. You have to be entered to win it, and you have to be here to receive your prize. So we'll be going from 5th prize to 1st prize. The first number of the draw will be for the Milner Campus to the value of £500.
We'll be doing the raffle that has been taking place here at Steyn City. Looks like we're going to be going from the 5th prize down to the 1st prize. Unbelievable prizes here on offer. First prize is a 2 nights at Shamwari Game Reserve, valued at £40,000. But we're going to be starting with the 5th prize. And it looks like one of our sponsors has drawn his own number for the first prize. So unfortunately, he says that he's going to rather pull another number. And let's see who's going to be winning the 5th prize. 5th prize is a Milmac hamper and some bottles of gin. Right, so it looks like Hannah Gerber from Farnham Stables is the winner of the 5th prize in the raffle. The rules of the raffle are that you do have to be here to collect your prize. So we are hoping that Hannah Gerber is here.
Thank you, of course, to Milmac coming on board to support us here at Steyn City. And so the Milmac hamper to the value of £500.
Going to Hannah Gerber.
Steyn City in Bet, Ian Rieta always going the extra mile here. Right, so that's 5th place done. We're going to be moving on to 4th prize in the raffle.
Which is? What's the prize?
4th prize is a 1-ounce silver Krugerrand.
Throughout the course of the weekend, we've been talking about those 1-ounce silver Krugerrands from Silver Gold. Many of you have spoken to the team from Silver to find out how you can invest. But somebody will be walking away with one right now as we draw the next number.
Right, so the number has been drawn for 4th prize, which is the 1-ounce silver Krugerrand. Chris Potgieter. You have to be here to collect your prize. Here comes Chris Potgieter.
So big congratulations to you, Chris. 1-ounce silver Krugerrand from Silver Gold.
So the winner of our 4th prize, 1-ounce silver Krugerrand. Congratulations, sir.
3 numbers left to draw. 3 names will pull out of the hat. The next one for 3rd prize.
3rd prize is going to be drawn next. Jeep apparel voucher to the value of R5,000. The number has been drawn. 165 it is. Melissa Tarani. I hope that you are around to collect your prize. Jeep apparel voucher to the value of R5,000.
So the winner of this Jeep apparel bout to the value of R5,000, Marissa Tororani. Marissa, are you here? If you are, make your way down.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like she's here to collect her prize. Happy days. Definitely one of the rules is you have to be here to collect your prize. So good job that everybody stuck around here at Steyn City this afternoon. Fantastic prize from Jeep Apparel to the value of R5,000. Okay, these are the two big ones. Second prize is about to be drawn, a 2-night stay for 4 at the newly opened Steyn City Saxon Hotel, valued at R16,000. What an amazing prize. Second prize today. 86 is the number. Who is going to be winning the prize? 2-night stay for 4 at the newly opened Steyn City Saxon Hotel. Lizelle Bean. I'm sure that's Shaunae's mom, to be totally honest with you. Let's see, I could be wrong.
Was Lizelle Bean. Lizelle, are you here? Sounds Lizelle. Yeah, make your way down. Lizelle, congratulations to you. One of the 2-night stay for 4 people at the newly opened Steyn City Hotel, where you can enjoy this picturesque setting. Yeah, at Steyn City, and you got R16,000.
A 2-night stay for 4 at the newly opened Steyn City Saxon Hotel, valued at R16,000. Congratulations, what a fantastic prize.
Well done.
And now the most exciting prize for sure on offer today. First prize, a weekend for 2 at Shamwari Private Game Reserve, valued at R40,000. What an unbelievable prize. The number has been drawn.
The winner of the weekend away at Shamwari to the value of R40,000 is...
Drum roll, please. Yeah, there she's here to collect her prize. Fantastic.
Incredible prize, and congratulations to you.
Easiest way you'll ever get a night away at Shamwari, buying a raffle ticket.
Well done. Wow.
Thanks so much to the organizers. There's a whole lot of very happy prize winners here. Betsy, Henrietta, for all that you guys do. Thank you very, very much. And I think viewers stick around because we're only really warming up. We've got the big one up next. It's going to be the 150 Grand Prix here at Steyn City. I've had a little look around. The jumps look absolutely enormous. The riders are getting ready to walk the course. I'm going to have a little wander around. I'd like to grab 1 or 2 of the riders to hear their opinion on the course. But guys, don't go anywhere. Charge your glasses. Get your popcorn ready because it's going to be an absolute banger.
That bell tones course for inspection for our main event of the afternoon, Diamond Tour Grand Prix.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
So crosswalk underway for the 1 meter 50 Jeep Grand Prix here at Steyn City, where we have 18 horse and rider combinations taking part over this 2-round Grand Prix event. Course information for this 150 Jeep Grand Prix. We have a course lead in the first round of 490 metres, time allowed 79 seconds. For those that qualify for the second round, we have top 25% of our riders. We expect 5 of them through. We have more than 5 players. All the players come back. Second round, fences 1, 13, 4, 16, 16, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Fences 1, 13, 4, 16, 7, 9, 10, and 11. With a length of the 400, the time allowed 64 seconds. Speed requirement for this Grand Prix, as it has been qualified to classes, 375 metres per minute. These 150 riders are expected to ride at the same pace as they would in a World Cup qualifier. As we get ready to settle in for this main event of the weekend, the perfect way to do so. Hot and sunny Sunday afternoon here at Steyn City is with a fresh glass of bubbly and some oysters. Well, that's what you're craving, very like. Is here with fresh oysters and bubbly out on the veranda of the main clubhouse. Before the event starts, you can grab yourself some champagne and fresh oysters with Russian and a couple of specials that are running at the moment. You can get order 6 oysters with bubbly, 3 oysters with bubbly, etc. The first client that orders 24 oysters gets a free bottle of bubbly. So do make sure that you head on over to that stand. Oysters and champagne outside the clubhouse.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Jeep-sponsored 150 Grand Prix, and it definitely is a 150 Grand Prix here this afternoon. Managed to catch the man in some fine form, Ronnie Healey. Ron, you've had a walk around this track. What did you think?
Yeah, it's
not what you're going to tell your pupils or your wife, but what do you really think?
Yeah, I think Brett's built a very strong Grand Prix today. I mean, he's literally taking it to what it is. It's 150. It's a Grand Prix. Normally you get these shows where they're friendly. This is not friendly by any stretch. I've got Magic Boy. He had a little layoff at the beginning of the year, inguinal hernia. So it took a few months, 6 months before he was sort of back in the ring. Got going, and this is his second Grand Prix second 150 of the year. So it's going to be a step up. There's tricks everywhere. I think he's going to open you up. He's going to close you down. There's scope. You need a World Cup horse for this, I think.
It really does look proper here this afternoon, viewers. We've heard it from the man himself, the Triple Crown winner. Ron, anything in particular that you'd be thinking that you're going to have to really ride well with Magic Boy?
I mean, you know him. He goes quite high, so I have to be mindful of time. That is always a thing with him. He has a huge jump. So he's jumped World Cups and won one. So it's not that I'm worried about the height or anything, but I have to be mindful of time, and that sometimes can be where I struggle with him, because he then wants to get a little at the jumps. He's a bull. So then I'll have, and then towards the end it's quite fiddly with scope. So then, you're cantering between jumps, and then you're trying to slow him down. So you'll see towards the end, he will get quite fighty with his head when I'm trying to keep him calm. And hopefully I see a good stride off the corners when he does that. So that's half the battle with him, because he's just so game to do it. And then, but I try and stay light out of the saddle so that I don't fiddle too much, and then try and sit in a little bit and try and keep him as smooth as I can. He's tricky, technical, but yeah.
Well, we've heard it from the great man himself. He knows exactly how he's going to have to ride this track on his big jumping Magic Boy, Capital Magic Boy. Ron, we wish you all the best. Folks, strap yourselves in. This is going to be one hell of a class.
Right, viewers, you join us with a few fantastic drone shots there from EquiLive. Fantastic views of the arena and the course set for this, the 150 Jeep Grand Prix. It does, Steyn, I know you had a little wander around. I had a walk around. This really looks like it's up to standard. I can't believe the arena that looked quite small to start with looks really small now that the jumps are set at this height. I think that this is going to take a heck of a lot of jumping this afternoon.
Absolutely. We heard it from the great man himself, Ronnie Healey, winner of this year's Triple Crown. He said this is going to take some massive scope out of a horse. He even ventured as far as saying that he thought you need a World Cup horse to jump this Grand Prix. He alluded to the fact that often these Grand Prix are sort of 145, 150 tracks. I had a chat with Brett, and this is set at 150. There's no 145 around here.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Triple bar is big and wide. That plank is tall. We've got an oxer to oxer on 4 strides from 7 to 8. And this is going to take some jumping here today. No one better to show us the way around, though, than Chris van der Merwe riding 334 Sport Horse Studs, 334 Brandon. Electing to come off the left rein, Brendan. 1. Sporting his new Hackamore combination bit.
Brandon is an 8-year-old stallion by Brunsau out of a Coltman mare.
With a bit of Russian gymnast in that bloodline as well.
Absolutely.
He's an absolute freak.
You mentioned the triple bar, big and wide.
Perfect shot off the turn that Chris would have wanted. Little rub at the plank, but it stays up.
Yeah, the lightest of touches there. Hold away. Oh, no. You need real scope in the middle of that triple combination.
Now the oxer to oxer, another big scope test.
Oh, easy as you like.
Just remembering that this is a Grand Prix, so we will be taking through our top 25% if we don't have all clears.
Lots of people were chatting about this distance here.
6, 7.
Oh,
Easy
what
as
a
you
round.
like. An unlucky rail in the middle of the treble, not going near anything else. Great performance there by Brandon. Fantastic jumping by him to start that class off. I think owner Govert Trick will be watching on closely. He'll be happy with that.
What a year has Brandon had. Wow, he's just turned heads at every single show. So many people are talking about him. Very exciting future ahead of that fantastic stallion.
From one horse who turns heads to another, Kalo Lexington up next at number 2 with Jean Corber, riding for Jean Corber and Michael Whitehouse.
So Lexington definitely mileaged at the 150 level, so he will definitely, this will definitely be within his capabilities for sure.
Well, Ron was saying that he thought you needed a World Cup horse to jump well in this Grand Prix and be competitive, and I think he's nailed that, and this for sure is a World Cup winning horse.
Jean really teed him up for that double of verticals. Now she asks him to step up.
Oh, little toe on the back of the triple bar, but it stays up.
Foot of room at the number 5, which helps her.
Now sets up for this Motherkind sponsored triple combination.
Exceptionally ridden.
Sets the horse up for that oxen.
Wow, Lexington has such step. He cruised down that 4-stride.
Saw Jean just set him up before number 7 beautifully, gave him a bit of time to rebalance.
Come on, keep it together
Now,
here.
Brendan, I didn't think that the 7 would be, some of the riders thought it might be a bit short, but I think oxer to oxer on a right angle turn like this.
5, 6, 7.
I guess a little
big
short.
effort. And she's done it.
It's our first. Ooh.
Oh, she's not. She's out the time. Oh,
Some 8
man.
tenths of a second outside of that time allowed. The judges do still have another horse.
Agreed. I do. I mean, I want to say with a Grand Prix of this nature, maybe to number 3, she maybe took 1 extra stride,
and maybe to number 7, just
Yeah.
with that 375
Yeah,
meters per minute
agreed.
in mind. Possibly those 2 places, but foot perfect everywhere else. Lexington showing he's on top form here. The 7 strides from 10 to 11, maybe fractionally short.
Maybe.
With those first 2
Yeah.
horses, but I don't think it's you're going to have to be pulling the horse's teeth.
No,
out to
agreed.
get-
You can also
to get the
bulge if you
7.
feel like you're getting there a little quick.
Absolutely. Kalaho Lemoore up next with Tracy Carney riding for the Kalaho Warm Blood stud. Tracy's husband Ryan here, standing front and center, looking rather nervous.
Lemoore is a 13-year-old mare by Lisbon out of a contender mare.
She's a big jumping mare. She's finished with a good ticket in Derby.
Yep, and a
in
couple 150
2023.
classes.
Brendan, am I right in saying she was on the podium in the World Cup at Stockies Dry as well?
Yes, you are right, 100%. I can clearly remember her face and how elated she was.
Oh, another one falling victim to the front rail of that treble combination. The oxer in the middle of that treble. Knees tucked up tight to those 2 oxers.
Yeah, Lily really has come on. She's looking really, I would say, accustomed to these 150 jumps these days. Soft fence there at number 9. She just breathed on it.
Big effort jumping in there.
Oh, another soft fence along the way. So 3 down for Tracy Carney.
And just inside the time allowed of 79 seconds. So I don't think that we're going to see that time adjusted.
I agree with you.
We've seen 2 riders go inside that time allowed. Unfortunately, both of them having a rail. Winks just on time Z goes next with Tamara Rueda, number 4.
Tamara having a fantastic ride in the last class.
Finished on the podium with Lidorado in that 140 Grand Prix. Tamara obviously used to stable here at Steyn City, so a little bit of home ground show jumping for her.
For sure, she would definitely know this arena very well. Her horses will hopefully be accustomed to this arena.
Though I say that sometimes horses at stable at show venues can be quite put off by all the activity around their quiet home.
Yeah,
you know,
agreed.
it's normally quite quiet, and then all of a sudden when there's all this activity, they sort of think, well, where did that come from?
Yeah, agreed. I must say I have sort of felt it with a couple of my horses at home, but on the whole I have felt like they have been a little more relaxed being in their home environment.
Okay, so news just in, that time allowed
into Shaun's hands.
That time allowed has been moved out to 80 seconds. So Shaun, Corber, Kalo, Lexington are our first clear.
She squeaked in. I mean,
17/10 of a second inside that time allowed. So Tam Rueda on track. She's been campaigning this horse, Brendan, more in the 135s and 140s of late. She's sort of taken a step back and worked her way back up to Grand Prix. Going to be interesting to see how the homework is paid off.
yeah, so I suppose you mentioned homework, and I think that's exactly what it is. You know, I think that all of these 150 horses are capable, but they still need to be trained and taught and allowed time so that they can gymnasticize their bodies and that type of thing. So definitely the sign of a true horseman is that you're happy to go up and down the grades while you are producing your horses, allowing them time to become accustomed to the heights and confident in the heights that they're going to be asked to jump. Another one.
So definitely looking like the bogey fence, the oxer in the middle of the treble. Just elaborating on what you said now, Brendan, I think for these top professionals, it's not about jumping 150 with your horse. It's about having your horse jump 150 at the best of their ability, getting the very best results out of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not about
absolutely.
seeing the finish.
No, of course, of course.
So I think like for Tam to take a step back just shows how much belief she has in this horse. She believes that he can be a top competitor, and she's giving him every chance to do just that.
Good room at the last. Solid round there from Tam and Winks just on time, Z.
2 gentle rails, but his first time back at this level in quite some time. I think she'll be quite pleased with that. Even though she's a very competitive young lady by nature, she'll know that that horse has definitely stepped up in the right direction today. Another Corber Equestrian team member up next, Shari Michaelis. She brings in number 5, Tack and Togs Ultimo WC. Horse originally bred by Lara Neal and produced by Lara Neal, right up to World Cup level, Brendan.
Yeah, and Lara even owned this horse's mother, jumped her up to World Cup level.
Whisper Cool.
Whisper Cool was her name. It's obviously where the WC comes from in the end there.
And Shari has really struck up a fantastic partnership with this horse over the last year or so.
I must agree. I would almost think that Shari and Lara are quite similarly built, ride similarly.
I was about to say, as you mentioned that, watching her just ride up to that double, very similar style. I mean, such effective, calm, classical riders.
He is unreal, this horse. He really just has absolute unlimited scope. And it's so strange because he's always cross-cantering. He's always changing his hind legs, which for most horses almost halves the amount of scope they've got. But this horse has just got scope in all 4 legs. He just finds jump. He gets the back rail so easily. And you mentioned Shari and him have been sort of piecing together this partnership, and really over the last 6 months has really come good.
We see Shari really stepping on the gas there from 8 to 9, being cognizant of the time allowed. I think she's going to be good for time here. She's got 10 seconds to get home. 5, 6.
Oh no, she nearly did 6.
For me, riding into that double, I think the 7 would be the correct choice. She almost got there on the 6. I must say, it nearly worked for her.
It nearly did work for her.
It really nearly worked for her.
Just proves how easily that horse gets down the distances. It's incredible.
I wonder if 1 or 2 of the other riders from the warm-up would have had a look at that and thought, maybe I should be doing an inside line 6. Although the 7 has looked like it's worked very well. We haven't seen many riders sort of battling with that oxer on the 7 strides.
And for sure, just creating a little balance jumping into that cross-cover double right at the end would definitely be the name of the game.
With that big empty vertical as the last jump there in the B element, I don't think you want to be gunning into that double.
No.
I think we might see that 6 there.
Well, look, I think that if there's any horse that's going to be able to get down the distance quickly, number 6 is up next. This is Lawrence Moet. He brings in his fantastic campaigner, Kalo Lorenzo.
Another Lisbon superstar. Just mentioning there that you thought if anyone can go down in the 6, it could be number 6, Kalo Lorenzo. All the number 6s lining up here, Brendan.
Maybe let's see if the universe is keen for it.
Although if Lawrence lets him go like that in the 6 to the double, he's going to be having to pull very hard from the very first jump of the second round, because Lorenzo loves to get going. See Lawrence also sporting that Winx saddle cloth.
Little encouragement in the middle there, and he leaves it up.
Clear 7. You can see the horse starting to get keen now.
That's when you start thinking, is the 6 on the cards? Still maybe thinking he'd want the 4 legs underneath him to jump into the double.
He's going to need to really anchor him. If he goes on 6, he's going to have to really anchor into the middle of that double.
7.
6, 7.
Eyes up, Lawrence. And he leaves it up. Loses his stirrups, loses his reins, but makes it happen. Gets through the finish and leaves all the jumps up. Clear round.
75.82. It's one of the quickest clear rounds that we've seen.
The crowd really getting involved, giving Lawrence a big cheer as he comes past them. I think they all realize how hard he had to work through that last double. It almost looked like the 6 could have been on, right?
Lorenzo getting as keen as Lawrence is to travel to the Cape these days towards the end of the track.
What a round. Fantastically ridden. He knows that horse back to front and trusts him implicitly.
Another Kalo bred horse up next at number 7, Kalo Conzano, Kayla Gertenbach. This horse originally produced by Yannick Kleinhans and recently purchased by Kayla Gertenbach. And wow, she really is getting a fine tune out of this horse.
She really has got a fantastic hand with all her horses. Wow, what an effort.
I think Ronnie and yourself, you both mentioned that you have to be super organized, very well balanced. You have horses that are meticulously schooled to ride tracks like these, Brendan. And I think Kayla and Conzano tick every single one of those boxes.
I agree with you.
With top-end scope to add as well.
A little lucky rub at the back of the Torcraft triple bar, but it stays. She'd want to press him here.
I don't know if you can see from where you are, Brendan, but that rail is teetering on the edge of the cup at the back of that Torcraft fence.
Yeah, you're lucky. Oh.
And then the softest rub catches them out at 7. Steyn City Oxer.
I'm very excited for Kalo for next year. Really, that horse is showing unbelievable ability. He jumped some of those big oxes for absolute fun.
I think they're going to be top contenders
Yeah,
next
yeah,
year.
I
At
agree.
the very top of our sport here in South Africa. Big effort from that pair here today.
As you mentioned, Brett's just going to go to the back rail of number 4 in a safety cup and push it back in. Kalo was quite lucky there.
I don't know that the scenes on your TVs do this place justice today, but it is scorching here at Steyn City this afternoon. So is the action, very, very hot in the arena. Next up, Leona van der Merwe. She brings in for the 334 Sports Horse Stud. 334 Finale U. Brendan's favourite of the bunch.
Of the bunch, absolutely. She's
and
been
when I
my
say the
favourite
bunch,
from the
I
beginning.
mean in the South African bunch. The entire bunch.
Yeah, I must say, I think that Leona's done a foot-perfect job at getting this mare up to this level, and you know, I think she's still learning her trade. She's an 11-year-old by Dollar DLPI out of a Cathargo mare. And I don't know, for me, I love her attitude. I love how she pricks her ears and looks like she's full of fight and full of gameness to get to the other side. I'm sure that she would have been busy at stud. I'm very interested to see if she's going to be...
She has been indeed, Brendan. I managed to see one of her foals the
Oh,
other
really?
day. Yeah.
You don't want to maybe get it for me for Christmas?
Leona's got pictures. You can pick one probably.
Oh, come on. Oh, beautiful effort out of there.
Clears that bogey fence in the middle of the treble. Now for these two big oxes.
Oh, shame.
Really does take a lot of pushing there. Oxer to oxer on 4 strides. Big test scope for the scope test for the horses.
You almost need momentum at 7, so you don't have to press too hard for the 8.
See, Leona's now gone around to the Jeep Oxer at 10.
She's still a jumper in my eyes, even though
Leaves it
today
up.
maybe not good enough to... Well, let's see. I mean, who knows? This is a Grand Prix.
Just saying, Brendan, I was just looking now through that track. Out of the last 6 fences, 4 are oxes. 4 150 oxes towards the end of the track in this heat. It's
At the
gonna
end of a
take-
long year.
At the end of a
It's-
long
yeah.
course, at the end of a long season. This is a big, big scope test for these horses. Ashley Healey up next, number 9, riding Hausberger's Sir Crumble for Hausberger Financial Services. I've seen the entire family here today. Well supported is Ash.
I'm not sure Crumble would have jumped many 150 Grand Prix. I mean, I know that Ashley bought this horse as a 4-year-old in, I think, 2019. So she's been hard at work getting him up the grades and doing all the hard work herself, as she always does. Oh.
This would be one of the biggest Grand Prix that we've seen. As we've said before, so many of the Grand Prix are usually pitched at 145, 150 for these riders' Grand Prix tours. This is a proper 150.
Viewers, watch Ashley's body position and with her eyes. Watch how she looks early for her next jump. She's got such good body control.
Middle element of the trebles take.
He really is an acrobat, I must say. Rubber ball, just full of energy, full of spring, full of scope. I mean, when you've got a horse like Aldo, that you lose out your string, he must leave a really big hole to fill.
Oh, she's gone inside line 7.
Easy game. Super riding there, so collecting 8 faults along the way for Hausberger's Sir Crumble and Ashley Healey, but a fantastic effort from that young stallion. Another real crowd favorite. Yeah, she gives him a big hug. She says, good boy. That'll do for this year.
Yeah, he stepped up his game in a big way throughout this year. He's had a fantastic season.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure he'll be spending a bit of time doing some breeding now in the breeding season over summer here.
Not sure Ashley and Ronnie are going to be thrilled about that. I'm sure his behavior might waver in January a little, but I'm sure he'll have his mind on the job by Easter show.
Number 10 up next, Carl Bunzai riding for Chart Kruger and Kalaho Luke Duayen.
This horse is definitely becoming a little more mileage at this 150 level now. Carl having an absolutely blistering round a little earlier in the 135s.
Finishing with a good ticket. He was 4th, Brendan.
Yeah, just off the podium. Was he
just
third?
Off, was he?
He was
no,
on the
he was
podium.
third.
He was third. He was,
my
yeah.
mistake. He was 3rd on the podium with his buddy Ray.
Yeah, absolutely.
This horse, I know I say it every time, but I can never get over his canter.
It's insane, isn't it?
He needs like an extra belly guard at the back for where his hind leg kicks himself in the tummy.
Yeah, it's insane how he does that. You can imagine how much up push he must get. Another one just falling victim to number 6B. Middle of that mother-kind triple combination, definitely one of the bogey jumps.
I would say the bogey jump at the moment, definitely been hit the most. I say hit, but for our viewers at home, I mean, the jump equipment these days is so light. If the horse's tail rubs over that pole, sometimes they can fall.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Oh, big
expressive jump. Wow, shame. So collecting a few fences on the way. Looks like 16, 20 penalties there for Luke Duayen, Carl Bunzai.
But as you say, Brendan, Luke Duayen getting quite mileage at this level throughout the year. I think Carl will have a good season ahead of him for 2025. Okay. The man of, I wouldn't even say the hour, the man of the day. Rainer Corber returns on the 334 Sports All Stud entry, 334 Mr. Twister 5. Brendan, we spoke off air. We wouldn't be putting the mockers on him because he cannot hear us.
No.
He's 2 for 2 today.
He is 2 for 2, and
how
I think
amazing would 3 for 3 be?
I mean, it would almost be unheard of. I think even 2 for 2 is pretty unheard of, to be honest with you, just with the nature of show jumping and the depth of the riders and horses in these types of competitions. But he has absolutely shone today, as he often can, and this is a new partnership for Ray, and definitely a very sensitive partnership. So he'll definitely need to be keeping a lid on Mr. Twister to get the best out of him here this afternoon.
Fantastic shot at the triple bar. Balances up to the plank.
He really used his upper body there to his advantage, huh? Incredible riding.
Oh, it's gone down. So that mother-kind treble combination proving to be the fence to clear.
Ray is so sympathetic in the communication that he gives this horse. Yeah, beautiful riding there. He looks so confident and comfortable with that room.
You mentioned Ray's body control just now. Just next level, isn't it? And perhaps even gave that horse more space than anyone else has been able to find in the 7.
Yeah, he knew he jumped really outside curve there.
Comes home well inside the time, 77 seconds. Brendan, with 11 horses having started, 7 to go, we have 2 clear rounds. Just a fun fact for everyone, Kalaho Lorenzo and Kalaho Lexington. A little feather in their cap. Lissabon doing great things still for our sport. 2 clear rounds, 2 horses by Lissabon.
And I mean, we may as well round that off with 3 Kalaho horses in the top 3. We've got Kalaho Conzano, Kalaho Lexington, and Kalaho Lorenzo in our top 3 positions at this stage. Kalaho Conzano, the fastest of our 4 falters.
Firm favourite of yours up next, Brendan, riding for Farnham Stables, young Ashley Taylor. She brings in number 12, Largo S, more affectionately known as Tiny.
Yeah, come on, Tiny. Let's see what you've got in the tank today, big boy.
The biggest Tiny I've ever met. He's about 18 hands. Just shows his class, being able to be ridden by such a petite young lady. I don't know if you were in the warm-up arena the other day when this horse was giving me a bit of a buck and a play. Barry said to Ashley, "Dad, so fresh today." Barry was saying that Ashley didn't work the horse hard enough the day before. Ronnie Healey never short of a quick chirp. He said, "BJ, you don't think it's got something to do with all the ote you fed it last night?" Barry, an integral part in the success of Ashley and Tiny.
Oh, hugely. He's believed in this partnership from the word go. He's wanted Tiny to carry Ashley around her first World Cup.
Brendan, just going back to that treble combination. When you walked this track, did you think that that would be an issue, that oxer? Because with all due respect, when I walked it, I thought that really. Oxer was not very wide. It is 150 high, but it's not particularly wide.
I think just because everything else is quite a big test in this course.
And I thought the distance in that treble was also normal. I didn't think that it was going to take such jumping. But wily course design by course designer Brett Weber.
Just touching on Ashley's career and whatnot, you know, she's now got her young rider Protea colours. I think she's still 19, maybe coming up for 20.
A family of green jackets, Brendan?
Yeah, family of green jackets. I mean, she's still not 21, jumping around 150 classes. I think she's on track. I know that the sport can, the results of the sport can be a little demotivating sometimes when you feel like you should have jumped a better round than you did, but for sure you got to pay school fees, and Ashley's just got to keep going. She's on the right track. She's going to be jumping really solid rounds in the 150s in the not too distant future, definitely obviously benefiting from that whole system at Farnham.
The man behind it all up next, Johan Lotter. He brings in number 13, Best Compagnon Z. Johan Lotter runs this beautiful facility here at Steyn City.
I mean, just for any of the viewers at home, Steyn is 100% right. That's Johan has been toiling all week while the show has been getting ready to take place. He actually had his civvies on earlier, and he was packing tables and he was unpacking things and making sure that
setting up
his
the
VIP guests are organized and whatnot. And what a man that he can go from being an organizer like that, and then he can go and put his riding jacket on and come out here and jump his horse in the 150 class. So Johan, for all that you've done, we salute you, sir. Good luck on your round.
Big effort there at number 2. Turns up to this double of verticals at 3.
Oh, little rub.
This good shot at the triple.
Massive effort there. He was a little off that. I'm sure he would have preferred to be a fraction closer.
And really balanced the horse up down to the planks. Now he's got to get through this mother count treble.
Big ask here.
See the horse going a little left and right through that treble, making Johan's life a little tricky. Just remembering that we have 18 starters in this class, so we will be taking through the top 5 horses through to the second round.
It's definitely a few of our 4-falters in there, our quick 4-falters. It looks like
We've
Kayla
got 3.
Gertenbach, Shari Michaelis and Chris van der Merwe all sitting in and around that position if nobody else jumps clear. Exceptional riding, Johan. You've been so busy the entire week making sure that everybody was comfortable and having a great time here at Steyn City, and I can guarantee you that every single person that we've chatted to has said it has been an absolutely world-class show. So Johan, to you and your team, thank you very much. Congratulations on an amazing show.
Firm crowd favorite there. We saw even the kitchen staff, ladies from the catering coming out to support Johan and getting a big round of applause after his round. Number 14 up next, Blue Turtles, Capital Magic Boy. Ronnie Healey in the saddle for Blue Turtle Technologies. Managed to chat to him just before this round. He said it's going to take some jumping, and he was right with just 2 clears so far from 13 starters. Clear round percentage rate sitting at 15%. If they want to get through to that second round, they have to be better than 4 faults in a time of 78.13, which is Chris van der Merwe and 334 Brandon.
Isn't it amazing that Ronnie's built himself a string of horses that he can still leave 2 of his best 150 horses at home that have done their job for the year and bring out his, I mean, slightly less mileage horse that's just coming off an injury to get back up and running. I mean, amazing that next year potentially Ronnie's going to have 3 150 horses. I mean, he's pretty much riding at the top of his game now. He must be licking his lips for next year's season to come around, because I think he's really teed up to give them hell.
And Brendan, I believe he's got 1 or 2 new exciting rides as well to add to this already successful string that he has.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
Just bigger and better things to come from the Triple Crown winner of this year.
So interesting, Ronnie just having 1 down there now. All of a sudden things have changed. He's put his foot down. He went much quicker turn back to 7. He's moved on here to number 9. He's going to definitely nip inside here. See if he can maybe grab a little spot in that jump off at a quick 4 faulter.
6 strides. Is the 6 strides on? No.
Keeps it on the 4 penalties.
77.40, puts himself into 4th place with just 4 riders to go.
Intelligent riding there from Ronnie. He realized that clear rounds are quite difficult to come by here this afternoon, so 4 faults looking like it could be good enough for a spot in the jump off.
Brendan, our top 3 horses, all Kalo horses. Another fun fact, I love having clever friends. Another fun fact from Shayton Hendricks. He says that Conzano, Lexington and Lorenzo all sold on the same auction
Incredible.
in 2015.
I love getting
So
fun
they must
facts.
have grown up together. That's quite cute.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Big Smile Indigo Funder Middle Steer up next with Tessa Joseph riding for owner Stephen Flax. They come in at number 15. Pretty sure, and we have it on good authority, that this would be Tessa's first 150 Grand Prix like this. She had a great result earlier in the 140s, Brendan. She was 4th, just off the podium with a double clear.
You know, I think in show jumping we work really hard for results that sometimes can be few and far between, but I think it's really important to be mindful when we are pushing ourselves out of our limits and doing things for the first time.
Come on, Indigo. Oh. Okay, so she's had 1 down, but this horse is naturally quick, Brendan.
Beautiful jump there. Maybe a fraction quick on the 4 strides. So now on 8 penalties.
Indigo, another lovely son of the great Lord Zed.
Definitely one of my favorites.
And 100% probably my favorite breeding stallion.
But sees the finish of her first 150 Grand Prix, for sure a round that she will remember for the rest of her life. What a special horse is Big Smile Indigo Funder Middelstede.
And I think a huge congratulations to Tessa and the Flax family, Carol and Stephen. I mean, they've backed Tessa to produce those 2 horses up the grades, and she really has been seeing some great results with them. And I think, you know, as riders, to have owners like the Flaxes backing you, Tessa, great job that you've done, and a huge thanks to Carol and Stephen for everything they've done for Tessa. And I think Anne-Marie, David, everyone in Burlington, their whole team.
I think everybody must be really proud of her for what she's done.
Very proud day for them.
Absolutely.
So someone that we spoke about quite often yesterday, saying that she's been in some fine form, Brendan. Tamar Glixman comes up next on her new ride, Capital Kronos. And have they not just been a treat to watch this year?
I believe that Maxwell's, they did fairly well. Is that correct?
The horse jumped out of his skin. He was unbelievable. He had a fantastic round. I was teasing yesterday, I think I was with Emil, when I said she's basically a brunette version of Nicole on this horse. I mean, and that's a compliment to both of them. I mean, they're both such professionals, but just in the way that she's taken over the ride with such ease.
Sure.
It's incredible to see. I think I watched this horse jump his first class with Tam here at Steyn City in a 120.
Amazing.
Not so long ago.
She's come a long way in a fairly short space of time, creating a good partnership with the stallion.
Ronnie Healey said it's going to take a scopy, big jumping horse here to win this class today. I think Kronos has all those attributes.
14-year-old stallion by Darko out of a Cashmere.
Hats off to Henning Pretorius, who handpicked this horse for his stud. We've already seen Kronos with progeny at World Cup level. Dominique Alexander had such an amazing and successful season with Capital Collier.
Oh, cleared the treble, but unfortunately the front rail of number 8's down.
Possibly falling victim to his step and his scope.
She's wanting to just hurry him a little around this turn, see if she can...
Oh, he starts to get a bit keen.
Nip and try and get in the time so that she could be in the jump off.
Leaves it up. Comes home. 81-3, so 2 to add for time. But let me tell you, 2025...
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting partnership
has
to watch.
Kronos' name written all over it. I think that's going to be in the results week in and week out next year. Kalo Vivaldi up next. Graham Wynn riding at number 17.
Still only 2 clears. Steyn, Callao Lorenzo, Lawrence Mowat, Callao Lexington, Jean Corber, the lone 2 clears. And then we move on to our quicker 4 falters in Callao, Conzano, Blue Turtles, Capital Magic Boy, and Tack and Togs, Ultimo WC round off our jump off at this stage.
So if they want to get through to the jump off, the riders have to be quicker than 78.04 and 4 faults. So a clear round or 4 faults and quicker than 78.04. One of the greatest horsemen and riders of all time on track at the moment, Graham Wynn.
Showing his eventing class there, a little bit off number 4, but holds his balance. Organizes the horse down to the triple.
Clears that treble. Yes, Graham, come on. We'll have the whole Winstead team behind him here, cheering him on. Oh! Using everything he has to clear that oxer at jump number 8. 3 from home.
Come on, Graham, stay organized.
Just this last line. This will set the crowd alight if he goes clear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A big ask.
Come on.
Come on, Graham.
They're all shouting, and he does it. 76.63. We have our 3rd clear round.
Definitely a crowd favorite, willing him home down the last line. Excellent riding there from Graham Wynn. Another Callao horse to add to the list. We've got 4 Callao horses in our top 4 spaces now. Isn't that amazing? Graham Wynn, top riding. Looked like at some stages the horse was getting a little bit at sea. Graham stayed organized, stayed calm, amazing.
Graham's class down that line, 7 to 8. I mean, he literally picked the horse up and kicked him over the back rails when the horse was having a little bit of a look.
Yep.
Hats off to you, sir. You are definitely one of the greatest that we will ever see in this sport.
I couldn't agree with you more. The crowd was willing him home. Great to see. He's got so much support from everybody here at Steyn City. Last to go in this, the 150 Jeep Grand Prix, we have Oripu de Emma, owned by Farnham Stables, ridden by Lorett Knowles-Taylor. Lorett's also taken her time with Ori, just making sure that he's understanding of her and vice versa. She's been working on his condition.
Oropoda Emma was purchased from Sancho Fuhrman. He's a 10-year-old gelding by Skendex, part of a Carland mare. Wow, big effort over the planks there.
Come on, Law. Shoulders. Oh, man. Another one just
I would
falling
love
victim.
to know the percentages of how many times that fence has fallen across this track.
So let's get a basic idea here. It's going to definitely be Lorenzo, Vivaldi, Lexington, Conzano, and now potentially Magic Boy is going to round out our top 5, with Conzano and Magic Boy being our quickest 4 falters.
Well, Lorett is going to have to be quicker than 77.40. She's not. 79.12. That puts her just outside that jump off. So, Brendan, you called it. Ronnie Healey is our last 4 falter that sneaks their way through to that jump off. Anything can happen here in the second round. Ronnie
Absolutely.
looked like he meant business. When he had that one rail down, he sort of put his foot down.
Yeah.
He got that serious look on his face and he cracked on towards the finish.
It really benefited him for sure. Right, viewers, so I think what we're going to do is get organized here, get our jump off course nailed down. Just make sure that we've got everything organized.
Just while we get a gap, another huge shout out to all of our sponsors here at Steyn City, the CMH Group, Jeep, our big sponsor of this main 150 Grand Prix here this Sunday afternoon, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, lovely treble combination going across the diagonal of the arena, Zumba Gold, Country Life, Top Bet, Crossover, Table Charm, 334 live streaming, Farnham back on track, and Western Shop. Just a huge thank you to all those sponsors that have got on board for this show and made it the event that it has been. We've had a lovely weekend or long weekend of show jumping here.
Just while we have a gap, viewers, I think, Brendan, we've been talking so much about the way South African show jumping has upped their game. Big shout out to the team at EquiLive. They've really got on board and got involved here with our show jumping industry. We see every week there's innovative new ideas here. We see now on pictures on our screens for the viewers, we've got the warm-up arena. So we've got views of that. We saw earlier the drone footage of how the course was going, how the course walk was going. So a big shout out to our team from EquiLive. We've got our running order in here, Brendan. Ronnie Healey comes in first on Blue Turtle's Capital Magic Boy. Kayla Gertenbach, she comes in second. Those are our two sitting on 4 faults. And then our 3 clear rounds, Jean, Corber, Graham Wynn and Lawrence Moat, riding Kalaho Lexington, Kalaho Vivaldi and Kalaho Lorenzo respectively.
Wow, what a strong showing from Kalaho in this 150 Grand Prix.
4 out of 5, 80% in the second round. They're
Amazing.
giving themselves a good shot at having an all Kalaho podium here. Young Ronnie Healey, only just 41 years old recently. He'll be looking to upset the apple cart, try and make his way back onto that podium.
He has won a fair enough this year. Maybe he can let somebody else have a turn.
I love seeing him win, I must be honest.
Absolutely. And he works hard. He's well deserved always.
Just having a look at that, Brendan. So we've got the 3 clear rounds and then 2 sitting on 4 faults. But as we know, this is show jumping. Anything can happen. So Ron's going to have to set down a quick-ish.
Just for all you viewers having a look there, the person standing in between the 2 jumps with the peak on, the great Gonda Beatrix, still making sure that all her pupils are well prepared for this. For these classes, a heck of a lot of magic can happen in the warm-up arena. Great that you guys have got a couple shots of the horses warming up. You can see there the vertical and the oxa.
Just touching on that, Gonda, I mean, honing in on December now in 2024, and there she is still Sunday afternoon in the arena telling her pupils exactly what's expected of them and how she thinks they can best prepare themselves to take on this track here that Brett Weber has set.
And I mean,
she
just
really
chatting.
is just a pillar of our sport, isn't she, Brendan?
Absolutely. I mean, talking to Ronnie Healey, who's had training from various people, I would say all around the world, has just said how influential Gonda's been in his life, in his mental game, just believing in himself. I mean, we've known Ron for a long time, and he has had a fairly illustrious career, but there has been moments where he's been scratching his head a bit, and it does look like with the guidance of Gonda, he seems to have ironed out all those little kinks, and he's looking really smooth.
I must say, I mean, only a past pupil of Gonda, and when I walked into the arena this morning, she was there. First thing she asked me, how are your kids, how are you going? So even in between helping all her millions of riders, still takes a gap to greet and say nice things to everyone.
There she is. We can see Gonda just warming everybody up there as Ronnie trots in for this jump off.
So Brendan, you managed to get that jump off. The riders are going to start there at number 1, same as the first round, the Country Life vertical. Then make a right turn back to the Peter Morrison Oxa. In fact, I'm going to keep quiet and let Ronnie show you how it's done.
Ronnie electing to come off the left here, Country Life vertical. He's going to be moving on a right-handed sweep to the Martin Collins Oxa, which is a new jump in this competition. Magic Boy eats those distances for breakfast.
They then make this left turn to the Talkcraft triple bar and then head off to that Motherkind jump, which is now a double, no longer a treble, just the B and C element.
That was a nifty turn, Ron.
He's not hanging about, is he?
Definitely wants to be putting a little pressure
turns
on
up tight.
A little rub, but it stays.
You mentioned putting pressure on the others. He's gone inside to 9. He said Magic Boy can get a little fussy with his head when he gets hot. You can see Ron just having to keep the lid on. Does he go in the 6 here, Brendan?
They've taken the A element out,
Oh,
so
sorry,
it's B.
sorry.
I didn't actually notice that.
He did 8 strides, so drops 1 to the last. Leaves it up, 56.91, just the 4 faults from the first round, and that puts the pressure
Now the
on.
pressure's on, absolutely. Absolutely. Now the riders that have to follow Ronnie know that they cannot have one down or need to be quicker than 56.91. Look, I don't think Ron was flying, but he definitely wasn't hanging about.
I'll tell you what, he took the shortest route he could to all of those fences.
Number 7 up next, the first of our Kalo contingent. This is Kalo Conzano, Kayla Gertenbach in the saddle.
So she needs to leave them all up, and she needs to go quicker than 56.91. Crowd goes quiet here on the bank. They know this is getting to the business end of the competition.
Yeah, good shot there.
She's gone fractionally wider perhaps than Ronnie, but Kayla's ground speed is very good.
Magic Boy does spend lots of time in the air. I'm almost thinking that this is much the same as Ron's round. Let's see if she can be smooth through this turn back. These rollbacks are often where it's won and lost.
One less than Ronnie there in the turn back.
Time to beat 56.91 with Kayla's 4 penalties.
She's got 6 seconds to get home. It's gonna be close.
She leaves it up.
56.40, half a second faster than Ronnie. You called it, Brendan, you called it. Magic Boy does spend time in the air. So with 3 left to go, Kayla Gertenbach, Kalo Conzano put themselves into pole position.
Now the pressure's on.
Kalaho Lexington goes next, the first of our clear rounds from the first round. Shaun Corber. Amazing to see Lexington's coat gleaming in the sun like that. He's in such fine condition.
He does look an absolute picture here this afternoon.
So she cannot have a rail. She needs to go clear or faster than 56.40.
I suppose, yeah, I mean, not ever wanting to rely on that. They do have a fence in hand, but only now they have a fence in hand.
She's nipping inside. Whoa.
And press. Oh, it
As
stays.
a rub, stays up. That was a nifty turn. Clears the motherkind double.
Come on, John.
3 from home. Oh, she's tight, Brendan.
It's a good angle.
Leaves it up.
Rub. Definitely seems to be her day today.
This is quick. This is quick.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strides to the last. Leaves it up.
Clear round. Oh, we're just waiting on our timing equipment. I think it was around about 55 seconds.
That's put huge pressure on Lawrence and Graham.
I was going to say if she just went clear, you know, she could do no worse than 3rd place, and there'd be a lot of pressure on these next 2 riders to go. But she didn't just go clear, she went clear and quick.
And quick, we're still awaiting that time. It looks like 55.46. Unbelievably quick there from Shaun Corber and Kalaho Lexington.
That inside turn to the triple bar.
Right, so 2 horses left in this, the 150 Jeep Grand Prix. Graham win, Kalaho Vivaldi.
Put on a fantastic performance in the first round, did Graham and Vivaldi. Perhaps fractionally wider there to 2, but he is moving. Gives Vivaldi a good kick going around the Jeep to the triple bar, but allows him to land moving here.
Just remembering, viewers, that John went inside the Jeep.
Oof, jumped right out of his boot there. Come on,
Crowd
Graham.
is willing him home here next to us.
3 from home. Looks over his shoulder, takes it.
Oh, no, he's got to keep moving now for minor prizes.
Well, at the moment, to be faster than 56.40, to be second, Brendan.
He's not going to be quicker than that.
58.84 puts him into 4th place at the moment. But a super effort from that pair today. I think one of their best results to date. One of the biggest tracks that horse has seen for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And unlucky there. I mean, Graham really did give it his all. As we see Lawrence Mowat cantering in and turning up to the triple bar.
Just rehearsing that inside line that we saw Kalo Lexington take just now.
If there's anybody who can beat Lexington today, it is Lorenzo. 2 horses by Lisbon, both bought off the same auction. You can't really write that, to be totally honest with you. But, I mean, just 2 amazing horses individually. I mean, being self-produced by their riders off the auction. Lawrence there just making sure that Lorenzo knows what he's talking about when he turns him back to number 9. So, viewers, the last horse in this, the 150 Jeep Grand Prix, Kalo Lorenzo, Lawrence Mowat. Let's see what he's got in store.
Ready, set off at a good speed. And he's tight.
Oh, it stays.
Same as Shaun, gives the back rail a little touch and stays up. Oh,
another rub. It's still staying. He's going to be a little quicker. I thought he was
quicker. He's up on the clock so far.
He's too deep.
Oh, wait.
Come on, Lawrence.
This is tight.
Oh, Lorenzo turns himself inside out over the 9. Come on, Lawrence, he's up on the clock.
He can relax here. He can relax.
He just needs to clear this. And he's done it!
Leaves it up.
51-4-6. Lawrence Mowat, Kalo Lorenzo. Take a bow, young man. He punches there. He's had an unbelievable season on that magical horse. Wow, what a class.
Some 4 seconds faster than Kalo Lexington. Whoa.
Oh, best for last, viewers. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I've got goosebumps, to tell you the honest truth. Lawrence Mowat left nothing out there. Lorenzo is an absolute fighter. He has the heart of a lion, this horse. Lawrence looks absolutely exhausted, but high fives all around there. Kalo Lorenzo, champion here today in the Jeep 150 Grand Prix. Lawrence shakes his head. He can't believe it. Congratulations, buddy. Top riding here. Wow.
Brendan,
what a spectator sport, right?
You said you couldn't have scripted it any better. Comes down to the very last horse and rider combination. As you said, I think we've all got goosebumps up here. What a round. He didn't just win, he smashed it out the park.
As only Lawrence and Lorenzo can. I've seen him do that a couple times this year at Storky's Dry. He was absolutely incredible, and today, I think that's the best round I've seen him around, just because Lorenzo tried his absolute best. Over number 9, he realized he was deep. He had to push and tuck his hind legs underneath him. So let's just wrap up this class here in the Jeep 150 Grand Prix at Steyn City. Lawrence Mowat and Kalo Lorenzo take top honors here. Exceptional riding, double clear in 51-4-6, second place. Kalo Lexington, another son of Lisbon, Jean Corber, a valiant effort, double clear 55-4-6, and then the quickest of the 4 falters, Kalo Conzano, Kalo Kurtenbach, the 4 faults in 56-4-0. Blue Turtles Capital Magic Boy Ronnie Healey finishing off his season in 4th place, 56-9-1, and rounding off our prizes there, very well deserved. 5th place to Kalo Vivaldi, Graham Wynn, 4 faults, 58-8-4. Steyn, what a class.
And Brendan, our podium, Lorenzo, Lexington and Conzano.
You were desperate for that and you got it.
All purchased off the same auction in 2015. I mean, they would have grown up together. To see horses reaching the top of the sport like that, I think for Mr. Ian Callender Easby must be an amazing moment for them and their stud.
I really hope that they're sitting at home on the free stage shouting and screaming as loud as we were.
Just an absolute spectacle this afternoon. I know I'm repeating myself again, but you can't script it like this, Brendan.
You really
Lawrence Moet, even that you could hear in his voice when he willed Lorenzo away from the front rail of number 9, when he growled at him over the G-box.
He wanted it, and so did Lorenzo. He fought for him today.
He went, you said it at number 9, Lorenzo turned himself inside out, an absolute acrobat. That horse has big things on the cards for 2025, especially with Lawrence riding the way that he is at the moment. I mean, Lawrence has always been in the prizes, but I've never seen him ride to the level that he is at the moment. He's just taken it.
And touching on the level, I mean, we've been saying it the whole weekend, and especially today, that 2025 is going to be almost the best year yet. All these horses are looking like they're getting better and better. The riders are going from strength to strength. I think our course builders are improving. I think Brett Weber has done an absolutely 5-star job here today. I mean, having a galloping jump off all 3 competitions. The crowd has been on their feet. They were cheering everybody home here. It has been an absolutely special day show jumping at Steyn City.
I think you've said it all. There's nothing left to say, is there? Just an amazing, amazing event today as we see Lawrence Mode making his way in on his Jeep-sponsored day sheet for the class.
Just speaking about sponsors there, big shout out to all the sponsors that have made this show such a success this week. It's been an absolute treat to be a part of. Big thanks to Jeep, Brick and Clay, Motherkind, Uzumba Gold, Country Life, Top Bet, Crossover, Table Charm, the 334 live streaming, Farnham and Back on Track for the Grooms prizes, the Western Shop, and then to our vendors here on site, One Coffee, Orange Horse, Equestrian Diva, and Paul's Homemade Ice Cream are I suppose the sponsors that we really do need to be thanking. But I think that Rieta and Betsy and Johan
and Yanni,
yeah, absolutely, everybody part of their team there really needs a massive shout out. This has been an unbelievable way to finish off 2024. It's been such a special season. I know that Steyn and I have pretty much had front row seats the entire year, from Easter Show to Storky's Dry to Shongweni to the Derby, and now moving across to finishing off the year at such a special show like Steyn City. And I mean, 3 classes to end the year off has been an absolute treat here this afternoon.
We said it this morning, and I was sort of doubting myself whether it could get any better than the 135s, but true to the script, it did. The 135s were quick, the 140s got faster, and then even quicker our 150 class. You see there Stephen Atkinson from the CMH group and our Jeep sponsor going to congratulate Lawrence Moritz and Kalo Lorenzo.
Congratulations, Lawrence. Wow. They say the cream rises to the top. For sure, today was your day, bud. You absolutely left nothing out there, and dare I say, to win a class like that by nearly 4 seconds, you absolutely smashed them.
Lorenzo with his chest out, ears pricked forward. And we see Kalo Lexington receiving 2nd place.
Big cheer from the crowd there. Another real favorite is Shaun.
Lovely to see Michael Whitehouse there in the arena, co-owner of Kalo Lexington.
And speaking of owners, I see Lawrence's mom and his sister are here to enjoy this fantastic win. It's going to be a huge family affair. I'm really happy for them.
Well done, hey. Hey, come and stand here with you.
We know the Moat family has had a very tough year this year, and it's moments like these for Lawrence, I think. He remembers his dad especially.
Absolutely. Oh, we all do. I think it's so special that they've called the arena down at Robberg the Gordon Mowat Arena. I think that legends never die, and he's gone, but he will never be forgotten. And I think on days like this, I'm sure Lawrence will miss his dad, but he'll know that for sure he's up there looking down, punching the air with absolute joy.
Kayla Gertenbach, Kalaho Conzano in 3rd.
Rounding off our Kalaho podium. Incredible, you mentioned that, you called it. The universe answered.
Sure, what a result for that team there today. Ronnie Healey.
Ronnie Wheelie, as we called him after he won his car at the Derby. Triple Crown winner. What a year he's had. I think I'm going to put my neck out to say top rider in South Africa this year.
Hands down. I mean,
down.
Is there any other? I don't know. You said it. He's had a season second to none.
And from the best rider of the moment to pretty much the best rider of the decade, to be honest with you. Graham Wynn, what a horseman. Just so much to learn from. So interesting. I'm watching Lawrence and Kalo and Shaun standing next to the Torcraft Triple Bar. It's almost bigger than all three of those riders. It was a really, really big test here this afternoon.
Our top three riders making their way over to the Jeep podiums. Of course, we've got lots of wonderful fighters from our various sponsors.
Big hugs all around there for Kalo, Lawrence, and Shaun. Amazing moment for Lawrence here today. Big win.
That's a big win.
There's nothing better to finish out your season with a big win like that.
Absolutely, and I mean that was a proper one. To win it in that fashion, in that way, by that many seconds.
A Zumba Gold going forward there to congratulate our riders, all receiving Kruger Rands.
Wow, Lawrence, what a prize. I think you can put that in the safe and keep it for a rainy day. That's going to be worth huge amounts of money. Big thanks to Uzumba for such unique prizes here. Definitely something that's new around the Shongweni calendar is winning gold and silver.
We are very grateful, and it's amazing to have sponsors like Uzumba in our sport. Looks like they've all thoroughly enjoyed their day here, and I mean, you can see why not. That jumping was just next level here this afternoon.
Absolutely, in such a professional setting here in the clubhouse, being treated to such incredible show jumping. I must say, I say it often, you and I have definitely had the best seats in the house.
Here we see CMH and Jeep, our sponsors of this class, coming forward to
Lawrence having a bite of his little his gold Kruger Rand. Got a fantastic sense of humor, does Lawrence.
Make sure you check out the wonderful range of Jeep vehicles catering to adventures of all walks of life. Whether you're looking for something rough and rugged, or perhaps a little more luxurious, every one of Jeep's vehicles baked in with capability and competence.
Mentioned earlier how hot it's been here this afternoon. You can see Lawrence wiping the sweat off his brow continuously. Brendan, just a quick one to touch on. Lorenzo also traveled to Rawberg.
Yes.
Just 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely.
Speaks to that horse's level of fitness at the moment.
Yeah. I
Went and competed very successfully in the Grand Prix there, and has come back in fine form and managed to close out his season with a big win here today in the Jeep-sponsored 150 Grand Prix. Hats off to Lawrence for his horsemanship and the way he's managed that horse throughout the season. We saw him win 2 back-to-back 140 championships at lightning quick pace, and then take his foot off the pedal a little bit and produce the horse onto the 150s again.
Sure. And now asking the question today
Throwing
and
the
see
hammer
how
down.
amazing, really amazing. I do think that Lawrence and Lorenzo have something very special there.
Lovely to see our grooms on the podium.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Being acknowledged for all the effort that they put in. Congrats to those guys. I know they love their horses more than anything else in the world and are a huge part of their success.
Lawrence looks a little bit bewildered, to be honest with you. He's got a little cheeky smile on his face like he almost can't really believe what's just happened.
Lovely to see Margaret, his mom, there at the front, enjoying the win with Lawrence. As soon as the arena is cleared, we're going to have Lawrence leading us off for the final lap of honor, the show at Steyn City of the 150 Jeep Grand Prix. Hats off to our Kalo podium. Lawrence Mowat taking top honors here today.
Crowd goes wild. Very, very well-deserved winners.
Jean Corber in second, Kayla Gertenbach third, Ronnie Healey fourth, and Graham Wynn in fifth. Outstanding performance by all those combinations here this afternoon. Viewers, I think that's it from the commentary box, but we're going to get Brendan to shoot down to the arena, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have a very humorous interview with young Lawrence Mowat. From me, that's me signing out today. Huge congrats to Lawrence. Huge congrats to the team that has run this whole show at Steyn City. Thank you for joining us, viewers. We'll bring that interview with Lawrence to you shortly. I see Merritt's making his way down there, so don't go anywhere. I'm sure you're in for a Lawrence Mowat treat here.
From all of us here, to everybody that's come out to support this weekend, thank you so much for coming out. And of course, the biggest thank you of all goes out to our sponsors, without whom shows like this do not happen. So to Equistar and KG Equestrian, to Farnham Equestrian, to Table Charm Direct, 334 Forster, Motherkind, Western Shop, Country Life Properties, Lomac, Brick and Clay, Zumba Gold, Back on Track, Cross Cover Insurance Solutions, Steyn City, and last but most definitely not least, KG. Thank you to each and every one of you. On behalf of myself, Roger Bierman, and everybody else here in the judge box, thank you all for coming out. Please travel safely. Look forward to seeing you next year. Things up bigger and better.
What a way to finish the Steyn City show here in the Jeep 150 Grand Prix. Lawrence Mowat with an absolutely scintillating win on your magical horse. I'm also shaking, to be totally honest with you. But incredible round, incredible riding from such a special combination. Let's roll it back a little bit. You purchased this horse off the auction, and it's been quite a long road.
Yeah, Anna was there. I was training with Anna at the time, and we went to the tryouts, and then obviously the horse's name's Lorenzo. So I said to Anna, I don't want a horse with the same or similar name. And she said, no, trust me. And I watched an auction video back the other day, just get a comparison of what they have today versus what they have then. I think it's important to know that it's not always what you see on the videos, you know.
Sure.
You have to find, like, their horses have that X factor, you know. I think he does. When we worked with him, just after we bought him, we knew he was special. Yes. Not because we bought him knowing that he was special. Obviously, we thought he was good, but then he grew into himself, and he went from strength to strength. He was a very hot horse. He's still a very hot horse. I remember trying to get on him at one stage when we first got him was hard. Then he went very good in the young horse, and he's had a few riders throughout his career that he's done very well with. I mean, this shows how good a horse he is, you know, with everyone.
Sure. Okay, and just touching on that, you said that Lorenzo's got an X factor. I mean, he 100% proved that today. It was incredible to see. I walked the course. It looked staunch. It looked like it was almost World Cup level. How did you feel the first round went?
Yeah, I think it's a different arena. I think it's a bit smaller than it has been in the last few years, so the warm-ups were a bit bigger, which is obviously nice for the warm-up. But then it means like it's 5 and 6 stride distances a lot. There was a 4-stride oxer, which rode quite short. Yes. I thought it was quite a high standard. I thought the treble was very, very big. Yes. And very technical. I mean, very short distances, and especially the line to the last was quite short. Caught a couple of people out, including me. Yes. But obviously Lorenzo just knew, and to say he had a bit of an X factor. You get him to a tricky spot, and that's where he shows his heart. You know?
Sure. And I mean, I've chatted to you a couple times this year when you've been in the winner's spot. But this is Lorenzo's first 150 win. A fantastic way to do it, and what a jump off. I mean, I can't wait for you to see the video. The way that horse turned himself inside out to number 9. He does have the X factor. It must feel incredible.
It does. I think I know him quite well, obviously, because we bought him off the auction. So if I come round to a jump like 9 and I don't see a good shot, I know he's always going to go. Sure. So I'd have to be really patient, which is a hard thing to do, especially in a jump off. Just sit there and say, just get up in the air, and he always does. You know, the jump off was like really fast. Lexington obviously always fast, and that horse was Lexington and Conzano were all from the same auction year. Yes, so obviously amazing. A very good year and really good horses. You know, it's going to be fun what those horses do next year as well. I mean, they're all really like getting more and more confident at this 150 level. So it'll be exciting to see what he does in the World Cups. You know, I thought that was a high standard today, but there's always, when it's your day, it's always fun, you know.
And absolutely, today was your day, sir. Lawrence, congratulations. Really, it was incredible to watch. If you can just stay here for 2 minutes, I'm going to sign off. Guys, it's been an incredible season from myself, Brendan McNevin, Steyn, and everybody else at the EquiLive team. It's been an absolute treat being able to bring you guys such top-class show jumping from around South Africa. So from myself, I'm going to bid you farewell. Hope to see you all next year in 2025 for a stacked calendar. Join us then.
It is is a well-researched fact that a mare contributes 60 to 70% of the attributes of the foal. It has also been noted that it takes generations of breeding to exceptional, proven stallions to breed a Grand Prix horse if one starts with an average mare. Therefore, at 334, we breed from an unrivaled group of selected performance-tested mares that have competed at Grand Prix and World Cup level. Our minimum criteria is that a mare must have at least been successful at 1.40 m level. By doing so, we significantly improve our chances of producing a horse of at least the quality of the dam. We improve our chances of producing a sound horse, as the dam needed to be sound to compete at the highest level. And lastly, we have the luxury of mating the mare with a stallion that complements her conformation and her performance traits, which would have been impossible had we not seen the mare compete. By meticulous attention to detail of the breeding, growth and development of our future champions, under the watchful eye of our world-class team, I am sure we can provide you with a horse to fulfill your show jumping dreams and aspirations.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
For 50 years, Table Charm has empowered women, families, and communities across the nation by offering exclusive high-quality products in home, health, fashion, beauty, food, baby, and personal care. Table Charm has become a trusted presence in households everywhere. Inspired by the words of Jeremiah 29 verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." We believe that every woman, family, and community deserves the opportunity to thrive. Table Charm Direct is on a mission to bring hope and a brighter future by creating meaningful opportunities for women to build businesses that offer financial independence and security for their families. Every product shared, every connection made, and every opportunity embraced transforms lives, reflecting our unwavering commitment to prosperity and a secure future. For 5 decades, we've stood by women and families, nurturing dreams and uplifting communities. Join the legacy built on faith and purpose. Visit us online, speak to a business builder, or download the TC Connect app to learn more. Table Charm Direct, for you, for life.
you